mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss. See, I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python. Grab what I like real fast, choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to My Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and so many things happening today. I want to say happy anniversary to the United States Armed Forces, to the Army, for 250 years, pretty much defending, protecting us. I also want to say happy birthday to President Trump, because this is his 79th birthday. You can see I'm wearing my Golf of America shirt that I got from Tyson de la Cruz. Yeah, I got this shirt from him. It was my favorite, and actually color that I like, and I like the Golf of America. But the chaos continues with what's going on with Israel and Iran, and all around the world. It's just been really weird. I today don't feel good. I'm very, very sick. I wasn't feeling good all day today. I managed to muster up some energy and some courage to get on here just to see what's going on with the world and see what you guys are up to. It is an open talk night tonight. So what that means is anyone who wants to join the show are more than welcome to join the show. It is a chaotic event that's going on throughout the United States with the protests of the no kings. I don't know what that means. It's just weird, the phrase no kings. The United States never had a king, so I don't know what they mean by no kings. I guess because Trump kind of like declared himself as a king or something, but I wish we had a king here. I wish Trump was our king. Because I tell you right now, all the bullshit that's going on in the streets, he would have wiped that shit out a long time ago. And I believe that the individuals that are protesting and doing all this chaos is here on a mission. It's part of their mission to distract and to disrupt our system. We've just many chaotic things going on today. We had a couple of lawmakers get shot and killed. They got assassinated, pretty much. And the individual that assassinated them was dressed as a police officer. And it was just, I can say the world is completely nuts. It is. I feel it. I know it. My energy, it feels depleted. I feel so like sick to my stomach. Um, it's just really a really bad day for me, energy wise. I have kryptonite all over me right now, and I have no superpowers. Well, still have my superpowers, but I feel very weak, very depleted, and very nauseous and sick, and not feeling good at all. But we could get this going. Where should I start? Should I start with Jerusalem, with the continuation of the bombardment that's going on? I could go to the No King's Day parade stupidity that's going on nationwide, which I truly hope they could implement AI and detect everyone that's a part of this. They were telling the people that are going to these events, I guess it was, they were telling them to turn off their biometrics on their phones and to turn off like their phones or whatever. Um, Nice try, but your phone still could get pinged by the antennas or the antennas that are capturing the cell phone towers are capturing the signals. Doesn't matter if your phone is off. It doesn't matter if you put your phone, you turn off the biometrics and this and that. That doesn't work. Um, they telling people not to post anything onto social media. People are taking videos. People are taking pictures. All those pictures and videos, yes, you take it to your phone, but guess what? It gets uploaded to a cloud. Anything you do, say, can be held against you in a court of law. It doesn't matter if you take the picture and you don't upload it. You still have that picture, and it's evidence, and it's forever evidence in your profile, in your own profile. AI in the future is going to be something like a detective, and it's gonna like solve problems very quickly. Um, and I think that's the future. That's where AI is going to go to. Is going to help fight crime and help find the individuals like these illegals that are constantly causing disruption and chaos throughout our beautiful country. Yet they come here and yet they trash it. That's why their home countries are like shit, because the way they treat their home countries, and they leave it and they come here and then now they're dirtying it and trashing it and spray painting all over the place to make it look like their country. I don't think so. Trump needs to activate more National Guards and get these, they grab all these individuals and just throw them in a paddy wagon and ship them off. Like, we can't play these games anymore. It's time to put your foot down and put your pants up and enough of the shit, and it's time to get to work. And Trump, happy birthday, but you got a lot on your hands right now. He's a very busy man. He was in the Situation Room yesterday figuring out what's going on with this Israel-Iran thing, and not only that, but the fact that he has to deal with this No King stuff, and then he has the 250th celebration of the Army, and it's his birthday. It's a lot on his plate today. A lot of things going on, and I'm just really discouraged and really disappointed in humanity. I feel like humanity really let me down, and not only me but everyone. Like, it's just a sad thing. But let's go to a little bit of more happiness. Let me get this set up here, and we'll start sharing the live feeds of what's going on. First thing I want to go to, I'm gonna go to something that's more, I guess, it's more appropriate for today, which is the U.S. honors the 250th anniversary of the Army. Let's do that. Let's go to that feed. So give me 1 second. I don't want to be playing this music, so if they're playing music, I'm definitely not going to be playing that.
Hot dogs can explore terrain that they
Oh, they got a lot of stuff going on. So let's go back and we'll start the whole thing here in a second. But if they're going to be playing music, I'm going to have to mute it because they'll need copyright strikes because of music. That's a nice little stage. I'm not gonna lie, it's a nice little setup with the tanks. Looks good. Looks very pretty. We could fast forward it a bit because it started a few hours back, so I'm just playing catch up here. But as soon as they start playing music and stuff, I really gotta I apologize in advance. But the U.S. honors 250th anniversary of the Army with a grand parade in Washington. What a backdrop! Look at the backdrop. If you look far in the distance, I believe that's the White House. Far back in the distance, that is so cool. That is such a beautiful, oh man, I wish I was there, but I don't want to be around a lot of people, especially these days with what's been going on. And as you can see, they have protective bulletproof glass, I believe. That's there. You can see on the stage, it looks like a shield, like a glass shield. And you got a lot of police officers here in the front. Looks nice. I mean, I'll be monitoring. There's a lot of things going on. It's a lot of craziness. Process celebration. They're gonna be playing music, and it's gonna be really fun here. So let's just
unmatched, unbreakable. And today, the legacy rolls on. This is the United States Army's 250th Anniversary Parade.
Wow. That's so cool.
Representing our joint forces, please welcome the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
Heavily guarded ceremony.
Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please welcome the Honorable Daniel P. Driscoll.
He looks like he's been fucking busy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Hey, Pete Hegseth. There we go. He's looking good. He looks like he's been having a lot of meetings. All right, Pete. Great
Vice President of the United States,
there.
J.D.
I know
Vance,
those two agents.
accompanied by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children.
Hey, J.D. Vance with the children. Nice. Oh, this is awesome, man. Even the kids are they're a little scared. They're a little timid. Be intimidated a little bit because this is a little intimidating. As one kid is touching onto his other's arm, his left hand actually. Now he's sitting. He's gonna sit. These are really well mannered kids. I'm not gonna wow, very well mannered, well put together. I'm pretty sure they're well taken care of. It's good kids. There we go. Better than you never sleep. Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
Yeah, Melania. Woo. This is beautiful. Nice. That's so cool. Great going. That's really cool. I'm gonna have to really compare. They're really nice. Ah, look at you. That's standing right next to Trump. Oh, he has that stand. Like, look around and find out. This is so cool. You know, for those who are rewatching, I know there's going to be rewatchers and a little rewatching team.
Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, would you please rise for the singing of our national anthem?
Oh, we got to stand up for the national anthem. You can't just not stand up. A little bit chest.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. Rockets
Cool. That's good.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
with little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Sailing from the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon shot.
The British had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called Redoubts 9 and 10.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14th, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom, the freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown. But one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
Quick fun fact. I'm gonna pause this real quick here. For the new people that are new to the show and are rewatching, give me 1 second. I'm trying to recap this here because I don't want to. I want to make sure that I get this right here. Which, for some reason, my mouse is really finicky for a bit here. It's all right. I'll just let it play. Let me just take off the volume here. Just let it play out so I could talk. Just to let you know, for those who are rewatching and don't know much about me, yes, I was in the United States Army. I am a former soldier, and I got injured serving, and I tore my leg up. It was during training, and I didn't see this fucking rock. And when I was running, I stepped on the rock, and when I did that, I broke my ankle and my foot, and I was medically discharged from the Army because of my injuries. And because of what I would have been doing in the Army, they needed me 100%, and my ankle was not. So they decided, medically discharge me, and that was my short career with the Army. It was 1 year, but destroyed my ankle, man. I had to have a lot of work and a lot of time off of my foot, and yeah, it was just so surreal at that time, and I couldn't believe everything that I went through. I probably would have still been a soldier today if I would have stayed in the Army. That would have made me, I probably would have been standing next to Trump. Who knows, right? But everything happens for a reason, and I'm here today, and I'm happy with how and everything's going so far in my life. I could have been a lot better. I've been struggling for the past 10 years, easily 10 years, with all my injuries from accidents that I've had, and to still be here alive and to be witnessing what I'm witnessing today, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. And I'm proud, to be an American, and I'm proud to have served in the U.S. Army. And but it's pretty cool, this parade. It's going to be a long parade, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be fireworks and all that good jazz. It's so sad that the country, it's not on the same page. The Democrats are really, really, really spoiled brats. They're just really, man. I don't have nothing nice to say about them. You know what they say? If you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything. It's like, no, but they got to hear it. You guys are fucking idiots. This no kings thing, that's such a stupid concept, because first, you're insulting kings. Second of all, Trump is a president. He's an elected president. Last time I checked, you don't vote for kings. Kings are not voted into office. Like, hello, kings do not get voted in. Only presidents do. And the sad part is that Trump only has 4 years right now. Well, 3.5, because marking, I guess, tomorrow will be his halfway of this year of being president. And he has a lot on his plate. I'm sure he wants to get through this parade as swiftly and safely as possible. There is manufactured chaos going on that is being sponsored and paid for by certain individuals that I would not name, because I would not give them power or attention. But those individuals, they have something big coming to them, and it's not going to be good. It's just because the chaos it started for no reason. There's no reason to go against Trump. The only people that really want to go against Trump is the negative ones, the Democrats, like the ones that really can't stand him or hate him and can't stand what we really stand for here in the United States. Let's go. I want to check this out here. Let's jump over from the parade, because the parade is going to keep going, and I'll go back and forth from the parade. But I also want to come over here and show you what's really going on with this gas. I call it gaslighting protest. So it's a No King's Day gaslight protest. And this is coming from downtown Los Angeles, where the police are starting to deploy tear gas. And yeah, this is stupid. This has been going on for a week. Where's Gavin Newsom? He's letting this continue to happen. Where's all everybody that's supposed to prevent this from happening, right? There's no control. Gavin Newsom he's a weak individual, very weak. Let's start this here.
Peaceful, but the LAPD was preparing for any possible unrest, for anyone that might be there, not for the cause, but for the chaos. LAPD on full mobilization this morning, which today.
Does that look peaceful?
All officers, all hands aboard, everyone called in, no days off, 2 12-hour shifts round the clock, while the California Highway Patrol protects the 101 freeway, trying to prevent anyone from taking over the freeway. We're going to go right back to Justin, but first we want to talk to Mary. Mary is a Fox 11 employee. She was downtown. She is downtown Los Angeles watching this unfold. And Mary, I understand you were recording on your phone and you were thinking, this appears to be so peaceful, everything is going so well, when suddenly the scene turned chaotic. Mary?
Of course,
yeah,
chaotic.
That was what was so shocking to me, is actually you can hear me on video saying, wow, look how beautiful it is to see people at the very front between law enforcement and everyone else with their hands up, really trying to vouch for peace. And that's why it was so shocking to see it escalate the way that it did. You could immediately, when police officers started coming on horseback, it did look like they were getting aggressive with protesters. And while there were definitely some agitators in the group, I would say a large majority of everyone out there was very, very peaceful all day.
Oh, it's peaceful. Does this look like a peaceful people? You say peaceful all day, right? So all these people were there all day. So it doesn't matter how it started. It matters how it ends.
But there was no clear warning
Okay.
that was about
And
to
what
be
I'm
thrown,
seeing
and then
here,
everyone really started
I'm
just
seeing a
scattering,
chaotic.
running in every direction.
Now,
This is
usually,
chaos.
when they declare this an unlawful assembly, which we're not clear if they have done, they do have to give repeated
they're all in
verbal
the
warnings,
streets.
and not only in English,
This is
but
crazy.
also in other languages, including Spanish. They need to repeat those warnings multiple times in a way that they make sure that everyone in the crowd has been able to hear them. They usually wait 15 minutes, repeat them again, over and over until a certain time arrives, and then they begin moving people out. Now, you see people on the streets there of downtown Los Angeles. They're also surrounding the traffic, because that street right there off of Main Street, all of this is happening in a 1 mile square area where that curfew is in effect, starting at 8 p.m. You see them blocking traffic. This has been a huge issue all morning with the streets, the surrounding streets.
Wow. I have not been following up on this. This is my first time watching this.
And block traffic. Earlier, police had a driver in a Dodge who suddenly began doing donuts in an intersection that was crowded with protesters, putting them obviously in danger. And there you see more protesters in the middle of the street. Mary, where are you right now?
Are they going to catch? Are they going to start fires again?
Near Grand and Second, so walking away from all the chaos. But I did see, the protesters that were in the streets earlier today. But actually, what I would say about the traffic is pretty much every single car that was driving through that area was actually there in support of the protest. They were raising flags. They were honking their horns. They did not seem like they were upset by traffic being disrupted.
But this doesn't look peaceful.
Downtown today kind of
I don't care how peaceful it was earlier. It all counts with how you end it.
And so that obviously unlawful to be in the middle of the street, but it didn't seem like anyone who was.
Yeah, look at the tear gas. They're shooting gas
and we
at
know
the building
that so many
area.
Groups, from union members to activist groups to religious groups, had asked that protesters maintain the peace. Again, the majority of the protest was peaceful, was calm. Mary was watching. You heard her there.
See them throwing that back like that.
Back to our eye in the sky.
Yeah, hit them.
Justin O'Brien in Skyfox right now. Justin, what are you
They
seeing?
keep shooting
what appears to
be tear gas.
Deployed.
That's wild,
yes, that's
man.
right. So we're at the temple in Los Angeles here.
And they're letting this happen. They keep letting this happen every fucking day. This is causing like disruption. This is ridiculous. Gather all these people, put them in a camp, and throw them at Israel, throw them at Ukraine, and let them fight a war. Let them fight a war. Actually, put them in the front line. Send them to Iraq. Send them to Iraq and have them fight against Iran. Hey, fight for our country. Since you want to, you want to live here, right? Well, then earn your keep.
And they certainly don't want to go home.
Because all these people are, I'm pretty sure 90% of them are illegal.
Stuck in the traffic here, trying to get out of downtown. Their vehicles surrounded by these protesters. So LAPD being helped out.
I won't be surprised somebody comes and just runs all of them over. Just run them over. And then maybe they'll run home and get the fuck out of there and get away from danger.
The sheriff's deputies are on the move here. They're going to try and push these protesters west on Temple, maybe to get them out of this area, possibly.
How does Gavin Newsom does not watch any of the news?
That's right.
I don't get it.
Remember, Justin, of course, a lot of people called downtown Los Angeles home. We're going to go back to Mary. Mary's on the ground.
We'll come back to the story in a moment, because you see the horses are approaching here, and I have it far back, so I could always move it forward and pause. But I want to take a quick look at the Jerusalem skyline, because they are having still rockets coming in at Jerusalem, I believe. So you got rockets firing in. It doesn't look like anything right now. Let me see if I could go back a little bit, see if we got anything. Okay, that was a little rocket flare right there. So there's something there. I don't know if that's a intercept. It could be an intercept because it's pretty high. Yeah, these are interceptors. You see, they're taking off, so they're probably shooting into Jordan. So these are coming up. So they're intercepting another round of missiles that is being shot at Israel. Um, I don't have good feelings about this. I don't have good energy about this at all. Let me see if there's anything crazy earlier because I have not watched anything. Oh, look, they're showing up. Yeah, those are like interceptors that are going up. They're high altitude. Because this is where you got to get the ballistic missiles. You got to get them from the high altitude as they're coming down. See how it explodes? So they're getting the missiles. You can see them. You see them? They're coming down. They're raining down. Oh man. See which way they're going. Some of them have exploded. Some have been intercepted. Um, some are probably gonna land. You see that one got intercepted. Some of them got intercepted. Yep, they're getting intercepted. There it goes. One got through. It looks like one's getting through. One got through. Yep, one got through. Uh, this is gonna get really bad. Here's another one's gonna come through. There's an interceptor. Too late. Oh, they got it. They got it. Last. Wow. That's like right at the last second. They got it. They intercepted. Here's comes some more. More rockets are raining down upon Jerusalem. Oh man, this is a whole bombardment of them. Oh, they're not gonna catch them all. They're not gonna be able to catch it. No, I don't think so. But they're gonna try. They are going to try. There's one that hit. Here's another one that's hitting. This one might get intercepted. Yep, it got intercepted. Great. That was a good one. Good interception there. A couple of interceptions are going around right in front of your screen. You can see. This is not going to get good. This is just Israel. They're going to do everything they can to, to Iran and disrupt their nuclear program, but at what cost? It's going to cost a lot of lives, a lot of blood. It's going to shed. It's how can you have peace if this is all having like a downward spiral effect? It's just not good. Israel, actually, I kind of agree with Israel. They needed to step up and do this because waiting around and giving them more time, it just accelerates what they're planning and what they're wanting to do. And I'm actually proud of Israel to have done what they did in the sense that they went after the military and the nuclear program. Problem is that Iran is really big. Iran has a lot of land and areas where they can hide certain things, and it's only going to get uglier before it gets pretty. You can see there's another missile coming down back there and towards the back. I wonder where they're going with those missiles. Let's see if we can move it up to live and see what's happening live, because this just happened like about 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago. So we'll go live here. And I think this is the Great Wall. This is like this is like Jerusalem. Yeah, this is Jerusalem skyline. And Iran's retaliating attacks on Israel is still ongoing. We'll come back to this in a moment. Let's go back to that no kings bullshit, stupidity.
Mary is a Fox 11 employee. She was downtown recording at the very moment the chaos
Hey, Albie,
broke out.
how you doing, man?
And
I hope you're having a good one.
We've been talking about this. What you were saying on that video was it's so peaceful, and
I got my
everybody was
medicine
so
ready.
happy
I'm
to
gonna light
see
up.
that the protest was peaceful.
Yeah, I would say that definitely was the energy at that moment.
It was so peaceful. It was peaceful.
I mean, what
Peaceful.
I was really
No, it's
admiring all day
not.
was
It's
there
not
were flags of
peaceful.
every country, and it really felt like it was showing Los Angeles for the
Stupid.
diverse city, the melting pot that we
Stupid.
know
Stupid
that
for
it
using
is.
that word peaceful.
There definitely
Then what
were,
is
though, I don't
peace?
wanna, you know,
If this is
sugarcoat. There were
peace,
a few
I don't
agitators
ever
in the
want to be
crowd, and
peace.
actually one man
I
that
never want to be at peace
reported
if this is
myself,
peace.
to the FBI just to make sure that was being taken care of, but
You
much
know,
earlier on.
it's like
But it did
that's a
feel like the only type of chaos was
horrible
really very
term
specific
to
people, and
use
most
on
people were actually
what we're
encouraging
watching.
each
This
other.
is
Do
not
not
peace.
react
This is
to
not
that.
peaceful.
Do not let them get under your
This is
skin. Do not
this is
fight back.
horrible.
And that was also a very beautiful community moment to see. Was
This
everyone kind
this
of
is what you
stepping in for
call
one another and
like out of
reminding each
control.
other to stay calm and to not react, even when they were, you know, really being agitated and very awful things were being said to specific people.
ICE needs to come in and just
We've
grab
been-
all these
obviously,
people.
Fox 11 has been
Grab them all.
downtown
Everybody who has
week
a
long, and
Mexican
there are
flag,
flyers,
anyone who has
that are
a
posted
country
in front
flag of another
LAPD,
country,
in front of
just
City
grab
Hall,
them and
and
throw
it
them in
just
jail.
reminded the protesters to remain peaceful.
Now these
telling
people
them
are harming
that
the
most
horses. I'm
likely
going to
there
be really
would
mad.
agitators in the group, and that they would try to disrupt what was expected to be a peaceful protest, causing chaos to make everyone look bad. And those flyers, very prescient, obviously. They've been up since at least Tuesday or Wednesday in preparation for the No Kings protest. And if you're just joining us live now on Fox 11, there have been multiple, close to 2,000 protests across the country today in what's being billed as the No Kings protest, primarily against voicing their opinions against the immigration enforcement.
I think this is why I'm
actions
so
here in
tired
Los
and
Angeles
I don't feel
against
good.
the
I feel
ICE
like
agents being in town,
I
and
don't
of
feel
course the
good.
National
I
Guard,
think it's because
along
the energy
with the
is
Marines
so
that have been
negative
deployed. I
today
don't know, Justin,
and so
have we, and
high
Sky
that
Fox,
it's making me
have
sick.
you seen the National Guard, or Mary, did you see any of the National Guard or the Marines that were out there? Usually focused near the VA clinic and the Metropolitan Detention Center.
I did see some of the National Guard out there, and there were moments where, you know, the crowd was in front of National Guard members, and they would suddenly start moving with their shields and pushing forward. And a lot of that time, it actually was being done when chants were saying peaceful protest. And I was actually near the front at those times, which I found.
There you go. They're arresting people.
It didn't seem like there was a real reason.
Start arresting people. Okay, I don't know. Okay, there you go.
You know, you are legally allowed to be in the face of a law enforcement officer and say your piece, especially if it is peaceful.
They're arresting them.
Without, you know,
oh, he's
A
resisting.
little bit of a threat.
Whoever this person is, they're resisting.
The tension of, you know, whether or not law enforcement is for the people at this time. It did feel something felt off about those actions.
And Mary, right now from Sky Fox, we are looking live.
You're getting more people, arrest more people.
Deputies are taking someone into custody. Maybe we can bring back Justin O'Brien. There you see the mounted unit. Justin, what's happening there? There is someone in custody on the floor.
Good.
Yes, they're trying to take this person into custody. Initially, they were certainly resisting. They appeared to be someone who was instigating somebody throwing things at the sheriff's deputies. You can see some of those people here trying to get in the way, not listening to
the
the
people
orders.
trying to get in the way
Try
of
and
them
help,
arresting someone. They gotta arrest all these people. There's not enough manpower. The police don't have enough manpower.
You can see the air there. It's certainly filled with some type of chemical agent. More protesters are coming forward, hands in the air, saying,
This
"We're
is
here for
just
peace."
ridiculous, man.
Standing around, not going home.
Where's
as they're being
Newsom?
asked to.
Where's
This
this
Sheriff's
Aaron Bass
Department,
at?
their SRT, their special reaction team.
Disgusting,
They're
man.
here on mounted horses now. You can see some of the protesters are coming up, actually trying to pat the horses.
This
They're
okay.
being pushed
A
away.
big
So at this
earthquake
stage,
is
they've
coming
made one
soon
arrest,
for them,
here, Gigi,
and it's
and,
gonna
unsure,
ruin
whether
all
they'll
their
make any more
lives.
tonight. I'm sure they will.
And we see that person right now being taken away in handcuffs. Unclear, obviously, from our eye in the sky what they're telling that person. I can't tell if that's a man or a woman that is being taken away.
Who gives a
as
fuck?
more
It's
law
a fucking
enforcement
idiot.
agents,
That's what it is.
move into downtown Los Angeles. Again, LAPD on full mobilization, which meant that officers' days off were canceled. Vacations were canceled. Every available body in the LAPD has been brought in, not only to deal with the protests in downtown Los Angeles, but in other areas.
Peaceful.
Protests all over the San Fernando Valley. One protest there, and you just saw a protester kick one of those canisters with that tear gas, kick it right back towards the officer. And that is what the LAPD is telling us, that this all started when protesters on an
all these individuals need to be arrested, man.
Rocks, bottles.
Why are they not doing nothing to arrest these people?
And that is when they masked up, they suited
you know,
up, and they issued.
Look, they're kicking like all that. That guy kicking the smoke.
Right
he should be arrested. Like all these people should be getting arrested.
Like possibly members of the media there, as you continue to see.
Arrest them all. I don't care. Arrest them all. Put them in a concentration camp and train them, and then send them all to Ukraine. Send them to Ukraine.
Yes, there are lots of.
They need soldiers. They need manpower. This is a lot of people here. There's a lot of people that could fight for Ukraine, right? Because Democrats, they love Ukraine, right? They're all about the Ukraine. Well, let's send them all to Ukraine and have them fight against Russia. Good luck. Here's a stick and a stone. That's all you're getting.
Here appears to be to just try to split the crowds up. So these guys here are the stragglers. They're certainly here for the fight.
They're lucky I was not there. If I was there, if I had like an 18-wheeler, I'll run all of them over. I'd be like, sorry, they shouldn't have been in the way. The police weren't doing their job, and I had to go take a shit or something. So I ran them all over.
Just a moment ago, this intersection was full of those protesters.
You know, that's how you get these people to start fearing of being in the middle of the road. That's the one they taught me when I was very little. Don't play in the middle of the street because you will get your ass hit by a car.
Of City Hall as well. I'll just pull out wider to give you an idea. So there are several fronts here, is the best way to put it. You've got LAPD down here. They're pushing them, this crowd here south. This is going towards Little Tokyo. They've got a crowd of demonstrators as well. They've got a line here, no doubt. Trying to, they've got some confrontation there. You've got the horses, the officers on horseback using their sticks to make these protesters move south. Move east, actually. And so we're moving back towards Little Tokyo this now. Let's hope this is First Street. Let's hope we don't see same outcome that we saw the other night. There's a very good landmark for Little Tokyo, and I think the Shohei Ohtani mural is just here. So just to give you an idea of this area, there's Shohei. And here's the protesters down here, Gigi.
That's right. We're going to go back to Mary in just a second.
All right. So while they're going back to Mary just a second, let me go back to the military here celebrating its 250th anniversary of the Army. So let that go. Let's see if we got any sound here. It's pretty quiet there, so not bad. Let me see if I can move it forward. I guess they have it muted on their side. Yeah, because I don't hear nothing over here. Let me see if I can move it forward.
Entitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. This was actually written in 1908 by the then Lieutenant Edmund Louis Snitz Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regimental song titled The Caissons Go Rolling Along. And in 1956, the lyrics were revised by Harold Arberg.
We have all different types of Army soldiers here that go over to LA and take all those people.
Pershing Zone carries on its century-old legacy, playing a march that brings pride to every soldier. The Army Song.
You don't understand. The world
the 3rd
is watching
Infantry
us.
Regiment is the oldest
And the world is watching how
unit
the Democrats
in the U.S. Army.
and their
Established
little
back in
gang of
1784, the
misfits
unit
are
was
out
dubbed the
there
Old Guard by
causing
Major
chaos.
General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the tomb of the unknown soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes at Arlington National Cemetery. The regiment's 50 campaign streamer stand is a testament to its long, faithful service to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. In 1775, the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds, they turned the tide at Trenton and Saratoga, survived Valley Forge, and at Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence and giving birth to the United States of America. Before radios and field phones, sound was the signal. In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle, telling soldiers when to advance, when to retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians, playing period instruments with patriotic precision, they bring history to life, sharing the sound and spirit of the revolution through more than 500 performances each year, both at home and around the world too. The Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody.
In other news, also, there's a lot of other things going on.
And now, from high above, ladies and gentlemen, celebrating 250 years, your United States Army parachute team, the Golden Knights.
The Golden Knights, nice. At least I was a part of the Army, so
the Golden Knights are using flexible wing gliders to maintain their formation.
Too.
They open their main canopy simultaneously
and whoever
and negotiate the softest
thank you very much.
landing.
I appreciate it. And for me,
I'll tell you, they can't hear you, but they sure can see you. You can give them a great big wave, ladies and gentlemen. The Golden Knights, the finest parachuting team in the world.
Yay. Man, that must be a beautiful view from above. I've jumped before. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. It brought me a lot of fear. Nice. Cool. Stephanie. Yeah, I was in the Army. I went in right after high school. Yeah, you guys are over here. We don't have no storms. Thank goodness. It's been
over 4 brutal
not
years.
so bad
Nearly
here.
2 million soldiers fought to preserve the Union. Among them, 5 future presidents and the first recipients of a brand new military decoration, the Medal of Honor. With independence won, our nation's westward
98.
expansion began. The Army moved in step, guarding settlers as native scouts lit the way. Immigrants joined the cause, and the Buffalo Soldiers etched a legacy of grit and honor across the American frontier.
Man, I
As
wish
they
I was
march
at the
by, a
parade,
soldier's
man.
uniform signals their duty, their role, and their readiness. And by the
I
late
could have gone. I could have
1850s,
gone to
official
this
regulations
event,
outlined
but
distinct
the problem
laws
is,
shaping the
you know,
Army's
the
identity and
traffic
function
and
across the force.
the
Soldiers were issued
security,
2 coats.
and then I don't
One,
want
a
to be
short
around
sack
too many
coat for work
people.
at battle,
I have
with
a
brass
phobia.
buttons and colored trim that
Like,
marked their rank.
I get
Well, by war's end, that rugged sack
claustrophobic
coat became the
when I'm
soldier's
around too many
uniform of
people,
choice.
and
As
it's
the
just
war escalated,
not
volunteer
good.
enlistment surged. Congress authorized support for a force of up to 500,000 new troops, answering the call to preserve the Union. As they march by, representing the Civil War era of our nation's history, is the 4th Infantry Division based out of Fort Carson, Colorado.
Wow. You see, like that looks so fun, right? But it's so scary. It is. It's scary. I wonder if my friends are there. 'Cause I have a lot of my friends that are in the military and the army, and I wonder if they're there. I mean, I could have gone, but nah. All the things going on and all this protest and everything is just, if he's running with the flag, he's running for president. For the president? That's a flag
From Port Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rides with pride. Born from the thunder of horse cavalry traditions of the Civil War, the 1st team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying column, charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line and face the brutal crucible of Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam where they proved their mettle. Today, that same warrior spirit lives on. You'll know the name, and you'll know them by their iconic cav hats, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge equipment. Tough, fit, fearless. The 1st Cavalry Division is a lethal, disciplined force that stands ready to fight and win anywhere, anytime. And the legacy rides on. This is the Cav. Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin.
Lockheed Martin. Yeah. And not sound issues. You hear it? It might be sound issues.
Headquartered in New York, this is the 42nd Infantry Division Band. At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like a rainbow. Composed of skilled musicians from all walks of life and professional occupations, they perform a variety of musical genres. Though their mission is primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom 3. The band has also served in support of numerous state active duty missions, including cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently, support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ethan Wagner and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew Gans, the band is performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal, George M. Cohan. Representing the World War I era is the 82nd Airborne Division, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms, signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers, under the command of General Blackjack Pershing, hit the trenches of the new state.
Yes,
it was the olive drab pincher service uniform. Now on their heads, you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint.
All right, it sounds horrible. So we're gonna go from that to this mess over here.
That Roberto Vargas mural of Shohei Ohtani, that is Little Tokyo.
Big difference, right? We have a nice, beautiful ceremony for the Army, and we have chaos going on with the protests.
Up and closed. Now, we were there yesterday on the ground. You see people running now away from the police officers as police continue to move in. A dispersal order was declared over half an hour ago, almost 40 minutes ago, on Los Angeles Street between Aliso and Temple. The LAPD said this happened because people in the crowd were throwing rocks,
we're in the same state,
bottles, and other objects at
Terry's in the northwest
of the state.
I'm in the central.
Pepper spray
I'm in the
approved by
middle.
the incident commander with LAPD, and they warned people to leave the area. This all on Alameda, south of Aliso, north of
Nice.
Temple. Now, the businesses there, including museums, the
Definitely, if I ever
banks,
see you,
were
I
closed
definitely would like for
yesterday
you to give me a tour
already boarded up,
of
just in case there
like the
was any
areas
civil unrest, just in case
history
what
there
we're seeing
of
now
where you're at.
happened.
Because
And
I've really
posters
never
were
been
put up
to Virginia.
reminding anyone who wanted to damage a business or a building that these businesses
And if
are
I
owned
decide to
by
go
immigrants. And a
to
lot
Busch
of
Gardens,
posters were all
I would love
over
for you to come
Little
along
Tokyo yesterday. Now,
and
we want to
bring your
go back to
family.
Mary on the
That'd
ground.
be
Last time we
a
talked to you,
great,
Mary, you were on
fun thing
Grand
to
and
do.
Second. You were making your way very wisely away from all the chaos. Do you
I
continue
don't
to
ride
see
any
people
rides.
also leaving the area of the protest?
Being disabled, you
There's
can't ride
definitely been
rides.
some people leaving,
I
but
can
I
only
do
ride
think that
the
there's this
baby
sense of
rides.
community and not wanting to leave, each other behind too, which does, just concern me to a degree, because if it could lead to bigger conflict if they don't start dispersing. But I also did want to make a comment about the bridge and what the LAPD and officials have been saying, because actually the videos that I sent the station are right next to that bridge. The bridge is to my left directly. And in one of the videos, I think you could actually see it. I personally did not see anyone throwing rocks. There was at one point people throwing baseball caps, but nothing that I saw was really aggressive, and I definitely didn't see any bricks. What I did see
That you
was
don't know of.
officers on horseback starting to get a bit aggressive in the way that they were starting to clear that crowd. And while I do assume that there had to have been some agitators, it did feel like it got very tense very quickly from authorities in the way that they were handling the crowd, considering that majority of the people out there were peaceful protesters.
Well, that's
Oh, peaceful protesters. You see, I hate when they fucking use that word, peaceful protesting. Give me a second here with this peaceful bullshit. Let's take a look at here. Give me a second.
Now, you are looking at video from News Chopper 4.
This is peaceful
Thousands of people
protesters.
have been gathering for the planned No Kings protest in downtown LA.
No Kings.
Now, these
That's so
protests are taking
stupid.
place
That
all
sounds
across
stupid.
Los
No
Angeles,
Kings.
the state of California, and all across the country today. It's in opposition to the Trump administration. The LAPD said it expects tens of thousands of protesters across LA today. This morning, Mayor Karen Bass confirmed the curfew in downtown LA will continue from 8 p.m. tonight.
I'm thinking about going back to my birth
NBC4's
city.
Lolita Lopez joins us live now. So she's with the No Kings protest in downtown LA. Lolita, we know you have been there throughout the day today. I saw on your social media that you were posting that this is one of the biggest protests you've ever seen.
Yes. And if they're haunted, even better. I think Jamestown is haunted.
Yeah, one of the largest, especially since
deal with the
those immigration
paranormal.
rates began last Friday. Right now, we're on the
paranormal.
corner of Broadway and Temple. And down the street from me, you can see a gathering of folks. This is what has been happening since that protest began early this morning. It was centered about a block and a half away at Gloria Molina Grand.
We gotta get together and
Gloria Molina
figure
Grand
it out.
Park.
Because I'm thinking about
that is where folks were
doing something,
gathering here. This was
maybe
seniors,
next
families,
month or so. I'm not sure 100%.
Different age groups coming
Because I was
together
planning on going to
talk
Florida,
about their
but with all these
opposition to the
planes
Trump
crashing
administration, not only with the
going
immigration
crazy,
rates, but also
I was
with
thinking
the
maybe
fact
I'll
that
just
they're
rent a
bringing
car
in the National Guard and the U.S. Marines.
go
Then
go
from
down
there,
that
people
way
started
and
walking around
visit
different
Washington
blocks
D.C. and go to
this
Virginia
area
and
here
go to Busch
around
Gardens.
City Hall. I would say about 2 blocks down and 2 blocks around
I really
from
would like
each
to go to Washington
individual
D.C.
site.
And if
Now
I
they've
could,
gathered here where you see here
I know
on
you have the
Spring, we're on
information,
Spring
Stephanie.
and
I'll
Temple.
talk to you on
And they've
Discord
been
about it,
gathering,
but I would like to
chanting,
get the information
and
and how to
being
get into the
relatively
White House
peaceful. You're not seeing
so I could
anyone
do the
getting in
tour.
anyone's
Because I know
faces.
I saw
You
the
have a lot
way
of
your
cars
father
here
and your
beeping and honking
son
as they
went.
go by.
I was
People
so
still
jealous.
continuing
I was like,
to
I want to go
voice their
too.
opinions here as we speak.
So
Again, we have seen
I want to make
also
my way there.
people coming through here with waters and food and offering everyone, including us, the media, the chance to be able to have a drink. It has been very hot today. According to the city fire department, Crowds here exceeded 20,000 people. So the ability, they say,
Bulls
of first
game?
responders
Oh
to
yeah,
reach
I would like.
individuals that are
I love
impacted
baseball. By
at
the
all,
way, I
maybe
haven't
from
watched
any
this year
heat
because
exhaustion or the like, has
I don't know.
become
It's pretty
tougher. So
weird
they're
this
saying
year.
if anyone
But
can move themselves
I
from
watch
this area,
baseball
if they're
from time to
feeling that
time.
way, then that is the thing to do. But again, we are just down the street from where people are gathering, and this is kind of happening in different corners around City Hall. It is peaceful. It has been moving. It is part of
Nice.
that protest from earlier
Anything
on today
haunted,
that's kind of been
I'm
seeping
game
through
for.
the city of
That's
Los
what I
Angeles
deal
here
with.
in
I
the
deal with the
downtown
paranormal,
area. Again, relatively
all
peaceful,
different
as we've
types of
seen people of
energies
all
and
ages
so forth.
gather here together in their protest on this No Kings protest march. So we'll continue to follow it from here in Los Angeles, sending it back to you in the studio, Lynette.
Lolita, talk to us
Yeah,
about
that's
the
why I want
police
to know. What
presence
do I
that
need
you're
to
seeing
submit and
there,
so forth,
and
and how
also the
long
fact
would it
that they're
take me for
trying to
me
make
to
sure they're
go?
very
You
visible
know,
but not instigating any sort of
because I really,
confrontations.
really want to do it.
Yes, absolutely. So they are definitely been
That
doing
is
what they have
a
been doing over the last
transsexual
week and a
right
half,
there.
which is protecting some of the
That right there screams.
monuments here, if
That's a
you will, some of
guy.
the buildings like City Hall. They are posted up there, and I say posted up
Guy.
because they're just standing. They're not really doing anything necessarily aggressive. But let's look down the street.
Yeah, that's a
Again,
guy.
you
The
can
way it
see
turns,
as like the
that's a dude.
cars
No,
are here
yeah,
and the people are gathering there. The
You're
police
saying the
presence
truth.
isn't necessarily on the ground. It's not like you're seeing
That lady
police
has
officers
balls.
walking around and or any
Literally
of the police
has
vehicles
balls
there, but
being
they
there.
are definitely keeping watch in strategic areas around. So they are
Yeah,
visible.
you know they
They're
have to
keeping
implement
themselves away from the thing.
the
And it's
Pride
what Chief
Month
Jim
and
McDonald said this morning.
the No
If you protest
Kings and what
peacefully,
else are you
we
gonna add
won't
on
get
to
involved.
this?
We want you to be lawful and protest as
All
you
these
can
Mexican
through the area.
flags,
We'll give
and
you
they're
that
like brand new
ability and
flags.
that right to do so.
So I
And so
wonder
that's
where they're
what's been
getting these
happening here.
flags.
We have not seen any scuffles, anyone get together, not even amongst each other.
Anyone who's holding a
But
Mexican
even
flag
with
should just
law
walk away from
enforcement of any
Mexico and
kind.
stay in
So,
Mexico.
like I said, it's been mostly just folks walking around. It is a lot of folks,
Yeah, this
so it is
dude,
kind of
I don't know,
chaotic
man.
in the way that it
The
is
way
when
he
you're
turns
in the
his
middle
head,
of a crowd, like at a big
it's a
concert or
man.
anything of that nature. But right now, relatively peaceful as we speak.
Lolita Lopez reporting for us from
Oh,
downtown Los
Lolita,
Angeles. Lolita,
that's
we appreciate
definitely
that. And NBC4's
a
Brittany Hope
transsexual
is
name.
also live in downtown LA.
I
Now, she's at
identify
the federal
myself as a Lolita.
building. Brittany, talk to us
Bitch,
about
the
the
whale?
scene there. We've been talking to you throughout the day.
That's what
Have
I
you
would've
seen
said.
anything change so far?
Like, I remember Lolita the whale.
Yes, so at 1 o'clock when we were with you, protesters weren't in the street. We're at the corner of Aliso and Los Angeles. So Los Angeles is right here. The 101 is right
No, this
behind
one
us.
is
At
female.
this point, though, protesters have now made their way onto the street. They're walking. They're also in
Look
cars.
with the
Look at this.
American
We have a
flag
line
upside
of at
down.
least, it looks like 7 vehicles who are
I
here
wonder who's
blocking
paying you
this
guys.
intersection,
Who's
waving
paying?
flags. Some are
How much
playing
y'all getting
music.
paid?
At this point, though,
Because
and
you know
I
they're
really
following
want
the
to mirror
money,
exactly what Lolita
and
said.
they're gonna
Everything
get
has
y'all.
been peaceful. Yes, streets are being blocked.
I
But
think
so
all
far, we
these
haven't
people
seen
should be
any sort of
charged
altercation
for
with
all
law
the
enforcement.
disruption
Over
and
my
all
left
the
shoulder here,
destruction that has
blocking
been happening.
Aliso, there
I
is
think
a
they all should
long
get a
line of
bill. You
CHP
see how they
officers.
put in this little
Protests have been facing those
crown
officers
with the X on it?
all afternoon. At this point, I'd say this group has been here for about 2
It's weird
hours,
because
and they've
last
been
time I
trying
checked,
to
when a crown
communicate
is
with
like that
CHP. But
looks like
so
a
far, we
Latin
haven't
King's
seen
crown.
a lot of
And if they put an X
conversation.
on
We
that,
haven't
you're gonna
seen
have problems
any
with
sort of
Latin Kings.
altercation, which is certainly the way that law enforcement this
I'm
morning,
just
that the city
saying.
said this
I
morning they were
knew
hoping
people
for.
back in the
We're going to
days
wrap
that were
around
in
this way, though,
gangs,
so we can
and
show
they
you.
used to have
So
that
just behind me here, this is the
sign
Los
as their
Angeles
tattoo
Mall.
and a
Back there is
sign
City Hall, where
of
Lolita was a few
Latin
blocks ago.
Kings.
Where we're walking now, this is the federal building. So if you'll remember last
Freaking
weekend
disrespect.
at nighttime,
Then go
when
home,
things started
bro.
to get
Yeah, just
vandalized,
go
this
home.
was a big focus of that. So at this
$200
point, of course,
a
the
day?
federal building
Hell
is
no. I
closed,
would charge
but
them
there's a
like
lot of
$500,
protesters who are around it.
$1,000.
So we'll kind of
Hit them
stop here
hard.
just because once we get too far that way, I won't be able to
Anybody
hear you
that's
at all.
there
We are hearing
participating in a
some
non,
music
like
that
this is
we
a,
want to kind of steer clear from. But blocking the building there are the U.S. Marines. There's a
oh, the
long
Marines
line
are
of
there.
them. They're thickly packed there. That's why you see a lot of people gathered in the streets
Oh,
right
so they
there in
want to
front.
go up against
We
the
heard a lot of people saying to
Marines.
the Marines, "We don't want you here. Go
How
home." Is this
stupid
what you
can you say
enlisted for?
that we
A
don't
lot
want
of
you
different
here as
messaging
Marines?
going toward the
Hello, the
Marines. But again,
Marines have
it doesn't
every
seem that there's been
motherfucking
any
right
sort
to
of
be there where
interaction
they're at.
between the
Now,
protesters
you,
and
on the other
police.
hand,
At this
waving
point,
your little Mexican
everything
flags
remaining peaceful.
don't belong
The
here
traffic,
and
though,
needs
and
to
we've
be
seen a few
deported.
cars get
The
stuck in this. So
mission
if you are
is
someone who needs to get into downtown
get these
today,
people out of our
definitely
country
stay
and get
away,
them out
especially around the Civic
now.
Center, from City Hall to
Stop
the Federal
going after
Building, the LA
criminals
Mall,
and
because
all
there
this,
are people
deadbeats and
for
all
these
this
few city
weirdness.
blocks
No,
on
go
both
after
sides.
all
Some people
illegals,
even
no
kind of
matter
standing
if
on
you're a
top of
criminal
the
or not.
LA Mall over
If
there
you're
just
here
to get a better
illegally,
view.
that is a
what's been interesting
crime,
though about this
and he
protest
must
is we've seen
report.
so many
If you don't
families who are out here,
self-report,
and
you're
everyone
gonna
that
have
we've talked to
problems,
has said they want
and
to
we're gonna
keep
have
this
big
peaceful.
problems where
And
you're
when
gonna end
talking
up
to
being
little
in
kids
jail,
about
and you're
this,
gonna have to
you
serve
kind of wonder
time,
how much do they
maybe be
understand?
sent
How
to
much
El
do they not understand? I
Salvador, or
just
maybe
had a conversation with a
Guantanamo.
little boy like 5 minutes ago, and he said, I'm 10 years old. I have family who came here from Mexico. I want them to be safe. I want my friends' families to be safe, and that's why I'm here. And he was here with his mom, and he was able to
I want to
speak to
pimp
us about
slap
that. So you're
Gavin
seeing
Newsom
all
and
ages,
Bass.
all
I want to go like,
backgrounds, and so far,
it's like,
it
you
seems
guys
like
are
the message of this No
horrible.
Kings protest is truly a call out to the
Yeah, I
Trump
wonder how much they're
administration,
getting paid. I
saying
heard it was
they
like
do not
5K
want
for the
ICE
week.
in
That's
Los
what Stephanie
Angeles,
had told me.
and definitely a message we've heard is they do not
They're
want the
getting
National
about like,
Guard, and they
she
do
had
not want
shown
the
me,
Marines
like, it
here
was an
either.
article or something
Lynette?
that it was like
Brittany, I'm
5,000 a
so
week. Are
intrigued
you
by that
fucking kidding
conversation
me?
you're talking about with that little boy, because I'm
What?
also
Of
looking at
course, these
all the
people are going
signs.
to come out
When
every
we've
day
covered these
and do
these
this if
demonstrations,
they're
we've
getting
been very
paid that
careful
much
because
amount of
sometimes
money
there's
per day.
some bad language on these signs, and you're never sure what people are going to say. But I'm looking at these signs. They're very specific. Some of them are focused at the Trump administration. I saw a little girl holding a
Little
sign saying
sombrero,
keep families
yeah.
together. They're very specific about the
Weird.
reason they're taking to the streets, right?
Yes, and we just had someone come up to us who was just frustrated about everything that's been going on.
Frustrated.
And he said, I want to make sure that you guys are saying, this is peaceful. We're here to show
This
a
is
peaceful
peaceful?
message. And we said, yeah, that's what is happening. So that's the only
This
thing
is
we
peaceful.
can report.
So he
There's
went
been a
up
lot
to
of
you
family. In fact,
frustrated,
JR, can you just kind of whip around
and
to
he
the
wanted
corner?
to mention
This
that
is
it
a
was
perfect example.
peaceful.
Just
So
a
that's
little
what his
boy
frustrations
who's
was,
playing with this
to
American
claim that
flag,
it was peaceful.
who has his stroller. You can see it. It seems mom has some sort of a sign there in the stroller. But it's been a lot of families, a lot of people even sitting, eating their lunch.
At least the kid is trying to make it upright.
And this
Look,
is what's
he's
been
trying to see
happening,
it the right way.
for hours now in
Damn, the
downtown
little
LA.
boy is trying to see the
And
flag the right
you would
way.
think because it's been
Because the
so
flag
long
is
that
set
maybe
up
people are
to be
going
upside
home.
down, and he's
At this
looking at
point,
it
we
upright.
feel like people are really hanging
upright.
around. Another kind of perspective, and Jared, I'm not sure if you're able to kind of turn around over toward the 101. No one has made it onto the 101. That's definitely CHP really has got that blocked off.
That's
But
one
people
thing I
are
need to
kind of
get myself.
leaning
I
over
need
the
to buy
ledge
an
there,
American
waving
flag.
flags, showing
I don't
signs
have
to
an
people
American.
who are driving by. And, there's a sign right now that's walking toward us saying,
I have
we
my
have
show
power in
flag.
numbers, signs about families.
But I
Looks like
need
a
a
woman's
an American
walking by
flag.
with a sign right now that says, ugh, where do I
I can
even
just put it
start?
maybe right
A
here
lot
and
of
have an
different
American
messaging,
flag here.
but a lot of it is certainly
I'm proud to
frustration.
be an American.
Yeah, it's just interesting to talk
And
to
I'm lucky
everyone,
to be
who's
one.
been out here, who's bringing the kids, who's bringing little babies. It's hot outside, but people care and they want their message
It's
to be heard.
hot outside, and they're
So
wearing
powerful, really
hoodies
powerful
and
images. Thank you so much for that, Brittany.
masks on
And
their
now we want to
face.
go to NBC4's Tracy Leong. She is live in Long Beach, where No King protests are also taking place there right now. Tracy, tell us what you're seeing now.
Yeah, Lynette, we're on Ocean Boulevard near Junipero Avenue, where these peaceful protests have been going on since 8 this morning. We've been told by some demonstrators they gathered in Bixby Park, which is right spilled into the street, and they started marching up and down Ocean Boulevard for a couple hours. But now it has moved over to the sidewalks, where there are about a couple thousand people out here. And I can tell you, Lynette, it has remained very peaceful. We've been talking to a lot of people and asking them why they wanted to come out today. They said they wanted to join the movement, and they wanted to send a message that they did not want ICE in Long Beach, and they did not want the Trump administration to be coming in and enforcing these ICE raids in their community. And they are very proud. A lot of the people who we spoke to, they're from Long Beach. They say they are proud that their community came together and that they're standing in unity and solidarity to uphold this message.
And then I decided, I'm gonna do a show. It took me a while. I was gonna start at 7, but it took me such a while just to get myself situated. And
told people if they were going to be protesting today,
I like the way I started my show today. If you guys get the opportunity to go back and listen to the music for the beginning of the show, it really makes me proud. And I think it'll make you happy if you go back and listen to the. And if you get a chance, you don't have to do it right now, but go back and listen to the beginning of the show.
All all ages.
As soon as I
spoke
as
to
I
one
start the show.
woman. She said she came here today because she is the
A little
daughter of immigrants.
tribute
Both
to
of
the
her
Army,
parents
to the U.S.
came
Army.
from Mexico. They could not be out here today, so she wanted to come out. She wanted to be a voice to those who could not be heard, and she said she wants to continue coming out to these demonstrations. That's one of the things, one of the many things we're hearing right now, Lynette, is that
Got my
people
medicine
want
ready.
to continue to
Got a
come
nice
out.
little
They want to
close-up. I do
continue
this
to
for my
remain
friend
peaceful.
Maggie.
They do not want violence to
Maggie always
overtake their
she watches me
message.
from
And
UK.
as far as law
She's
enforcement,
one of
we
my
saw
UK
maybe
fans.
one or two
A
officers
friend of mine,
a couple
and she
hours
likes
ago,
when I
but
do
so
this because
far
it's to
there
mention
is
that I'm
no
about to
presence
smoke.
of police, which is a good sign because it
I
shows
show
that
it
these
and then I smell it
demonstrators and protesters,
and
they're
I light it up.
remaining peaceful and they're
I can show
practicing
you
their right to
making the
come out
slit. Let me
and
light it
demonstrate
up.
and voice their concerns and voice their opposition to these ICE raids and wanting to support and
slit.
stand up for those who need a voice right now. That's the very latest here in Long Beach. Lynette, back to you.
You know, Tracy, it's interesting as I'm looking at the video behind you while you're talking to us. I see a lot of cars in the street. That's just not normal traffic. Those are actually vehicles that are part of the demonstration. They've got signs, they've got flags, right?
Yes, we are seeing a lot of cars come up and down. They're honking right now. But what we're seeing, Lynette, is that they're moving. So they're not holding up traffic. If you do drive down Ocean Boulevard, you will be able to get by. It'll probably just be at a slower pace. Cars are maybe going 5-10 miles per hour. There's a lot more traffic. A lot of people wanting to come over.
I'm wearing my Golf of
my
Golf of America shirt
and honk their
that I got
support.
from
Some
Tyson.
are coming out to join the messaging.
That's my shirt I'm
but we
wearing.
are seeing a lot
proud.
of cars come through this area. So that's just something to be mindful of if you do live out here in Long Beach.
Tracy, thank you so much for that live report. Now, Chris Cabezas from our Telemundo 52 station is live in Downey, where more protests are taking place there. Chris, tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Hi, Lynette. This is along Firestone Boulevard.
Oh, boy.
A lot of chanting, a lot of protesters.
You know, this is a gay one. You could tell.
This is right on Dolan Avenue by that Embassy Suites hotel where allegedly some federal agents were spending the night. And so they're here with their flags, with their signs.
They're very proud.
What time did you
What the
get
fuck
here?
is this?
What is the reason you're here today?
I got here about, it's 2:14, so I was here about 1 o'clock today.
It's 2:14, but I've been here since 1 o'clock today. You only been there for an hour.
My people, exactly.
Your people?
Sorry. We have so
Go
much
to your
noise,
people
we
in
have so
Mexico.
much community to
Go to Mexico.
us, and that's all that we're here to
You make no
exercise.
sense.
We're
You
here
make
to
zero
exercise our
sense with
free
those
right
big ass
to
earrings.
speech. We're here making sure
Those
that
like
we're
hula
on the
hoops.
sidewalk. We're not causing any chaos.
What does it say here? Mexicans aren't going anywhere. MAGA.
MAGA. Mexicans aren't going anywhere. Oh, really? They're not going anywhere?
We should all allowed to be on this
All right,
land.
we'll see.
We should all be allowed to, just love each other
Can we
freely.
find out who
And
this
it's
girl is?
in my
Who
heart,
she is?
with Jesus as my King, as my Savior.
And make sure
just want
she's
the people to know that,
she's illegal.
we are
If
loved,
she's
we are here
illegal,
for
I would
you.
like for her
If
to
you
be
need the
deported
help,
with
there are
her
resources
flowers
for
on
you,
her
and
head.
we are here, and we
can
are
also
out
go
here
with
to
her.
support you, and we are your voice.
And we don't need
Here
this
in
type of
Downey,
people
it's a
here.
very
We can
huge
send them right to
Hispanic
Mexico
community.
and they can have a
Have you
great
guys
time.
seen the ICE operations, the ICE activity?
Some
I
of
know it's been going on in this area.
Some of the activity, it has been going on right now. I heard a little
Any
birdie say
activity
something
tonight
about
in
it
Israel,
might
I've
be
been
over
keeping an
there
eye
in
on
that
it.
embassy suite
They've
right
been
behind us.
intercepting
I'm not
missiles
sure they're trying to
and
sleep
so
right
forth.
now, but
I'll grab some more information on
They
that
also
while
can't
you guys
sleep.
watch
I
this real
don't
quick.
think that we're trying to go ahead and
I'll work on that.
instigate that, but in the same token, we are very afraid, and we just want to be
I'm working the
stuck
cameras.
together, and we think all families should be stuck together.
Unity. Thank you. Okay, and so a lot of the noise is the honking because a lot of the cars are showing support to these people. I'm sorry, I was gonna fall. But we also have a television star.
Boy, you fell a long time ago.
You were on the
That's
Golden
what I'm just
Bachelor.
saying.
yes,
My homie
I'm
fell
here
a
to
long
support
time
my
ago.
people and show the rights that immigration has. The immigrants have rights. So I'm here to support my city.
Immigrants have rights.
Were you able to get that message across
Yes,
when you were on
immigrants have rights.
television?
Illegal immigrants don't have rights.
Yes, I am. I'm right
So
here,
let's get this shit
President,
twisted.
everybody
Get it
knows
right.
that I'm, immigrant myself, and I'm here,
Are
and I'm
you
very proud of this
illegal?
country, but we just want to show support to our
Okay,
immigrants.
so if
Okay,
you're
thank you so
legal,
much.
shut the fuck up.
So
If you're
we have a lot of
illegal,
people
get the
also
fuck out.
bring in water bottles, cases of water
Yo, can I have
bottles,
water?
snacks, food.
How much is
A
the
lot
water?
of people were even handing out flags, U.S. flags, and
Immigrants
they're
make
here with their
America great.
families,
Well,
with
it
their
depends.
pets,
Yeah, you know,
music. This is
hardworking
on
immigrants that
Firestone
has
Boulevard
been
between
here and
Dolan
they have a
Avenue
work
and
visa
Downey
and they bust their
Avenue.
ass working
A lot
here,
of people
yeah,
are
they're
supporting,
great. But if you're here illegally
immigrants and
and
also
you're tampering
not
with our
supporting
food and
President
our
Trump.
merchandise,
Hopefully, a lot
and
of these messages
we don't
don't
know
have
if you're
bad
sabotaging,
words
because
because
lately cucumbers
sometimes
has
there's a little
been
profanity.
very
We're trying to be careful
dirty,
with that.
carrying
But
salmonella,
this is
and the
what
only
we're
reason
living
how
here
you
in
get
the
salmonella
community of
is playing
Downey
with your ass.
since early this morning. It's
And I'm pretty
a
sure
couple
they've been
hundred people, I
shitting
would say.
on the cucumbers.
You know, Chris, I so appreciate the insight, the ability for you just to be walking down the street and pick up anybody, talk to anybody, and they have a thoughtful conversation with you. They know why they are there today.
Yeah,
Yeah,
illegal.
it's been very
Oh
nice.
man,
Everyone talks
it's just
to
a
you
mess.
in English or Spanish. We're doing double
I
coverage
love my
for
Mexican
NBC4
friends. I
Telemundo
have Mexican
52,
friends.
and they all
Listen,
have that same message. They're
around
here
here,
to support
they have a
the
lot of Mexicans,
community,
okay?
and they're being pretty
And
nice
I
with
talk
the
to
media,
them all the
thankfully,
time.
because sometimes they can
Like
get
the
a little
owner of a
rowdy
restaurant that I
and
know,
they,
he owns a Mexican restaurant, and the
can
only
be a
reason
little
why he
aggressive,
owns
but
that
not
Mexican
today. That's
restaurant is
not being
because
seen
I
here.
told him to get
We
that
appreciate
spot
your reporting. Thank you for that,
because
Chris
he was
Avezas,
looking for a
reporting for us,
place to open
in
up a
Downey. And
restaurant,
we
like
have
a Mexican
also seen
restaurant.
protests in
And I
Woodland
told him, I
Hills.
know a place
So
will
this is
be
video from
perfect
News
for
Chopper
your
4 earlier
restaurant.
this morning over
He's
at
like, oh,
Topanga
for real? I
Canyon
go,
and
yeah,
Victory Boulevard.
right there.
We saw hundreds of
And I
people
showed it to
holding
him, and he
signs
looked.
and
He's
flags
like,
as they
man,
gathered
I'm
at this
gonna
busy
look into it. I'm gonna
intersection.
look into
It
it.
was
And
a
he ended
similar
up
scene in
getting
Studio
it,
City.
and
This
it's a
video from
restaurant.
News Chopper 4 was
And
shot
he's
just before
Mexican.
noon. It shows
And
hundreds of people on Ventura Boulevard and Laurel
I have
Canyon. And
like
here is another
nothing but
live
respect
picture
for
from the
Mexicans,
ground
but
in
respect
downtown
us
LA,
here.
where, as we've
You
told you,
know,
thousands and
respect is a
thousands of
two-way
people have
street.
gathered for the planned
If you're
No
gonna
Kings
come
protest.
and
It's happening
disrespect
here
the
in
United
Los
States
Angeles.
and
It's
then try to
happening in
put
cities
your
all over
Mexican
the
stuff
country.
first,
We,
that
of
shit ain't
course,
gonna
will
work with
continue
me.
to bring you the live
I'm
updates.
sorry. You're gonna have to go fly a kite in the middle of the street and just be careful because they're already flying flags in the middle of the street and they're about to get hit by a car anytime soon. Like they're gonna get hit by a car. But it's let me see with the Middle East. I'll go to the Middle East. Let's go to the Middle East. Let's see what's going on over here. See if there's any. Let me see any breaking news. Let me see what this one has. Give me 1 sec, because there is some on and popping in Israel. It looks like again. It's gonna be all night, every day for a while. Let me back it up so we can see what's happening. Let's come over here. Let's hit play. Just you're gonna see they're sending the. I don't know. This looks like the Iron Dome. If it's not the Iron Dome, it's the Patriot missile. So they're running to intercept. And that's what they're doing. They're looking to intercept. There's some sort right here. Man, that's coming from the ocean. That's the U.S. The U.S. sent that one. That one came like across through here. Man, it's gonna be active. It's gonna be so active. I hope Israel has the cojones to go in deep into Iran and really take out. Gotta take out their. They got hidden bases, hidden refineries where they're enriching this uranium. The ones that the Israel is attacking, those are the visible ones. Those are like the dummy ones. But the real stuff is in the mountains, and they're gonna need the U.S. help. And what I mean by that is they need the bunker buster bomb, and they're gonna need a lot of them. That's the only way they are able to penetrate the depth of where these factories are putting these weapons together and hurting people. It's such a sad thing, man. It's so sad. Let me see what's over here. You got some cameras that's going on. Let's just check it out here. Just some cameras from all around different parts of the city. You got Tel Aviv and all different parts, all different type of cameras all around. Sometimes I like watching these and then just see which camera is showing the most activity, and then try to find it on YouTube. It looks like they're blacking out on some of them. They're probably changing them around. But it's going to be crazy. That type of event, it's not World War III yet. Okay, let's not jump the gun, because in order for it to be World War III, we need more players. And right now, there's not, the players are not here, not yet. Which involves the U.S. It involves here, let me show you guys this. The U.S. needs to get more involved. Saudi Arabia, a lot of other countries, not just the U.S., have to get together. Like if Britain and France and Germany and everybody starts, all around the world getting together and try to combat what's going on. Because it's going to be wars from all different fronts. You have the war with Ukraine and Russia. You have now the Israel and Iran. And then you also got to deal with China and Taiwan. And it's a lot. It's a lot. It's too much to handle, too much to hold. And it's just crazy. Here's a live shot of Tel Aviv. This is Jerusalem. So let's see. Let's make it live. Yeah, it's a live shot from the AP. And if I'm not mistaken, this is like that their prayer wall that they have. I forgot what they call it. It's like a little great wall that they go and they pray. And I think this is the wall right here. But it's gonna be you got to do it. With Israel, I understand what they mean. And, even a threat of just talking about nuclear weapon program, it brings red flags. And the fact that Israel did respect, you gotta give them a hand. They respect Trump. Trump gave them 60 days to come to the table and let's talk and let's negotiate. They failed. And on the 61st day, that's when Israel attacked. Because they knew they weren't going to come to the table to hammer out any type of deal. They knew they were making a dirty bomb. They're making dirty bombs. I'll tell you right now, for this to escalate to a higher level, Iran will have to hit Israel with a dirty bomb, a radioactive bomb. Hopefully not nuclear. But if it happens and they do hit them with something with that strength, I guarantee you, the United States will jump in and will go ham on Iran. Iran will suffer and will be dropped back to like the 50s, 40s of living. No electricity, no running water. What you got to survive with type of ordeal. Not good, man. And I can only see it getting worse. All right, let me see. Let's go back over here and let's watch the peaceful the gaslighting peaceful protests for the no kings, yes kings. I don't know. It's pride. Everything's all crazy. It is what it is.
South of us, of course, and they just put out a mess, and that's what everyone who calls Los Angeles home had hoped to see. And this will obviously
Karen Bass, she wanted to throw her 2 cents in. This is what the world and everybody wanted to see. Karen Best, you should be in fucking jail.
Thousands of people taking to the streets of downtown Los Angeles.
Damn, I gotta catch
in a
up with the
peaceful
chat. I'm
march,
sorry.
but
I
that
had the
all
windows open. I didn't see the
deteriorated
chat.
At about 4:30 this afternoon,
Let me open it with
when
my
the
phone.
LAPD reported, Christine, that they were taking bottles and bricks and pieces of concrete. Later, they said they were using commercial fireworks. Obviously, you don't just run to the corner store and buy a commercial firework. Those fireworks were obviously carried by some people right to the protest. And we're going to go live to Mario Ramirez. He continues to be on the ground in the thick of it. Mario.
Hi, Gigi. I would say some of the crowd has started to disperse, at least here at Grand Park, where they were moved after law enforcement, LAPD, started shooting those less than lethal munitions. Now, what we're seeing is they are slowly moving
Here I am.
from Main and, or I should say, Broadway and Temple
I
here.
don't give a flying rat's
And they're
ass
slowly moving right
what
across
you
City Hall.
criminals don't
Every once in a
want.
while, we hear those flashbangs, and the crowd will disperse a little more, but not completely leave. Just move down the street just a little, and those law enforcement, LA County Sheriff's deputies, and LAPD officers will move that skirmish line down. So any second here, you'll hear another one of
Did
those
you see the
flashbangs,
sign?
and
Deport these
starts to move a
nuts.
little more.
Oh my God! Arrest him now, please. I didn't see that sign, but I'm glad you did. Arrest these nuts. Those nuts are gonna be gone. They're gonna be crushed nuts. If they go to jail, they're gonna be somebody else's nuts. It'll be Terry. Like Terry, tell them it's not gonna be good for them. These people are crazy.
Things remain peaceful. People were passing out waters, but things obviously did take a turn.
Stuff. I'm not 100% sure what they did, but
Christine Devine joining the coverage here.
the Western Wall, I think. Yeah, I think so too.
Gloria Molina Grand Park, where we have so many of our gatherings for
Have they
protests
said
and concerts
who
and
stepped
celebrations
up
of holidays as
as a
well.
leader yet?
My question
I
for
know
you is,
the
are they
son
clearing
going
Grand
back
Park, or is it
to
just
help
the
Iran,
surface?
especially at his age. I can't remember what country he went, and
Right
then
now it's
he
just
left
the
Iran.
street.
No, they haven't announced anybody yet.
So obviously, as that
I'm pretty sure those
skirmish
people
line
are on the
continues to
ground
move
right now
City Hall,
because this is they wiped out a lot of military personnel.
here on Broadway on the other side of the park, as we can also hear LAPD helicopters circling above and keeping an eye on where these crowds are headed. But we can tell you that it seems like maybe I would say
Yeah,
the
it's
four-hour
still.
crowd we initially started with about an hour ago
Remember,
near that skirmish line has sort of gone into
Iran
other
has
areas here in the
about
downtown
2,000 to 3,000 ballistic missiles.
and City Hall.
Okay, there's only so much that you could use, and you're limited. And when they built, hold on, let me.
There, why they're still
I don't
sticking
know.
around, or what it meant for them to be
Hold on.
here today, and how they feel about things at the moment. You let us know if you feel comfortable.
Nobody cares on what they feel. I surely don't, especially with this guy covering his face, holding some kind of sign with some. I don't know what the fuck that is. I believe. Things are gonna get bad. I think it's gonna get a lot worse. If Israel continues and they continue hard and hit hard, the nuclear programs and so forth, and maybe go after their go after other targets like I wouldn't say like the oil fields, but another different area, like maybe their power plants. They, as much as you don't want to, but you may have to, cut their power and maybe their water too. I want to see what this is about because I just rewind it. Is their car with nobody in it? That's just there. I don't know. But we can fast forward this because this happened earlier. Now you got people here standing. Oh, look.
On the ground,
Speedy Gonzalez, got a person with a skateboard covering their face.
Mary on the ground. Mary, you're listening to all of this unfold. Obviously, a much
Who had the time
scene
to
than
draw
what
out
you
Speedy
experienced
Gonzalez and then bring it to a protest?
Do we still have Mary?
Yes, can you hear me?
You know, these
Yes,
people
I
are
can
the
hear you
paid
now,
ones,
Mary.
right?
Such,
These are
I
the
mean, you
paid
can listen, and I'm
protesters.
sure you're hearing. You were making your way out away from the chaos, the smart thing to do, but you're watching and hearing this all unfold, and it must be jarring because this is so much. This is not what you experienced earlier.
Yeah, this started as truly a beautiful moment for community, really
Yeah,
showing up
I
for one
mean,
another. We had people from all walks
it's
of
kind of
life,
like us here
a
with the
lot of dancing, a
Democrats,
lot
you
of
know?
celebration, a lot of love
And
and unity,
they're
and that's
trying
really
to get
one
rid of that
thing I think.
government, but that government really
And
has a
truthfully,
stronghold
even when
against them.
the crowds were chanting in front of CalGuard, it was very, very peaceful throughout. But there were some times when
Peaceful. The
CalGuard would
word of the
start
day,
moving
peaceful. It was
with their shields
peaceful.
and pushing back
It
the
was all
crowd,
peaceful.
which did feel a bit like they were agitating the crowd. And
It's so
people were,
peaceful that
having to remind
officers
each other,
fire
stay
less than
calm, stay
lethal
calm.
rounds at
But it
protesters.
was
But that was
very alarming
peaceful.
to see law enforcement to a degree kind of poking at the crowd, and I felt to it almost like they were trying to get a reaction, and that everyone was having to hold each other back. There was also an agitator who was at the very front of the crowd, between officers and everyone who was peacefully protesting, who was
Oh
spent a
Lord,
lot of time,
this
a lot
peaceful
of blood before staying
protesting
towards
shit.
the
I hate
crowd,
that
and
word.
being that he was
I'm
right
starting to
there in
hate
front of law
peace,
enforcement, it was very
especially when they say
confusing as to
peaceful.
why
I
they
like
wouldn't
peace,
have taken him
but
out of the crowd to
peaceful.
continue
I'm
to
starting
allow
to hate
him to
that word.
stay a lot calmer than they,
Oh, I
could have
like
been.
joyful,
But the overall message of today really was a community of people
but
showing up
peaceful.
for one another with love and
It
support.
already
They
it
had
sounds negative to
children
me.
out there handing out water bottles to everyone, giving each other a lot of love. There were people on bicycles. There was, a lot of lowriders.
These are
And
the
overall, it
protesters
was
that are
it was
getting paid,
LA,
professionally get
really
paid.
emphasizing that it is a melting pot of a
You could
community
tell. You
and
see them,
really
the
showing
ones in
up
the
with
front there.
love
They're the
for their
professional
neighbors.
ones.
And so to see, truthfully, a
Those
lot
are
of
the
the
ones that are
way
getting
that
paid $5K
it
a
has
week.
escalated when it was really only a few people who were not embodying that love and that peace, it feels like the wrong approach as to how to handle this situation. Rather
Her
than just,
reporting doesn't make any
addressing it
sense.
with the couple people who were causing problems, they did seem to really escalate things with the entire crowd. And so
Listen to her
based on
reporting.
kind of seeing what's going on now, while I do think that there's likely a few people out there that are probably still agitators, I also think that
A few people. She's saying a few people are agitators. A few. Let me come back to me because this is now it's my turn. That bitch just made me pissed. A few people. What I've seen so far, I would say 90% of them are agitated. The rest is probably media and people that are trying to capture the moment. That's not peace. That's not peaceful. That's not like I hate when the media is trying to downplay it and they're giving orders to downplay the situation, which is not even being it's not down here. The energy is like way up here. And you cannot downplay that type of energy while you have it up here. So the media, I always said the media is always the blame. I always blame the media because the media never tells you the truth and they always like gaslight you the most. And I just wish that Trump would do something more about this problem because it is a poison because they talk to millions and millions of people through the airwaves and they're passing this story, this report, and people are starting to it affects them emotionally. It affects them and their feelings and they start feeling a certain way. So you can manipulate someone's feelings if you told them the wrong story or the wrong thing that's happening. They can make them feel agitated themselves. But you could change that story up and say, yeah, everyone left and everyone had it was a great day and it's peaceful. Then everybody's like relaxed because all right, they spoke their mind and they left. That's what a peaceful protest, I guess, right? Is you go there, you speak your mind, and you push your agenda on to others, and then once you're done, you disperse and you go home. That's peaceful, right? But no, all these people are agitated. They all, they had the little whatever they did, march or whatever parade or whatever shit that they do, and because I didn't catch it earlier because I really didn't care for it. But now they're dispersed and they're everywhere. They're on the streets and they're causing havoc, and they're not leaving. They're there lingering around because they know they could do it because the curfew is at 8 o'clock. Like, who in the right mind would leave it for 8 o'clock? Why you didn't push it down to 6 p.m. instead of 8? So that way you could get all these people out of there before nightfall. You know, they wait until 8 o'clock. So now these individuals still got a lot of time ahead of them. They got what, 2.5 hours? Yeah, about 2 hours and 32 minutes to be out there agitating and causing a ruckus and possibility of looting throughout the city. And a lot of these businesses are losing hundreds and thousands of dollars daily. How are they going to be able to stay open like that? I don't know. Gavin Newsom doesn't even give a shit about them because he had not mentioned that one thing about small businesses around that area. He hasn't mentioned anything about it. He hasn't done anything about it. I want the control. I want the National Guards. I want them to do what I say, not what President Trump tells them to do. I want to be the one to tell them what to do because I'm going to tell them to do nothing and to stay home and don't even show up. Like, are you kidding me? This guy shouldn't be governor. I don't know why he's still governor. I don't know why they have not gone to his offices and told him, Gavin Newsom, you're under arrest. and arrest that motherfucker and throw his ass in Guantanamo and let him be the little circus animal trapped in the cage. And then every day we could have visitors go by there and they could throw stuff at him. You know, throw him cupcakes or something because he always liked to put that cream in his head and always gelling that hair back. If we could get a conversation or an interview with that hair, I'm pretty sure that hair is going to say, man, this guy's a fucking creep. Cut me off. I don't want to be on his head anymore. Like, my goodness. But let's go back over here and check out the peacefulness.
Probably a lot of community members wanting to stand up for their community still, feeling that this was an unjust response to what was going on, because the entire day it was all love, and that really did not need to change so drastically so quickly.
And Mary, we're just getting word from LAPD Central Division. Temple and Spring, they say that people in the crowd continued to throw concrete, rocks, bottles, and commercial-grade fireworks at officers. And they have a message that agitators are actually keeping media back from the area. There you see
They're still like the peaceful people are going in a bit. Then the others are going to do their mass in the dark. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Tonight's gonna be wild. Citizens are as well because you can't work if the stores are closed. Yep, the rent is too high for this everywhere, especially there. Yeah. Yeah, this is very loving, but I feel bad for the small business owners around that area because they can't have the store open and the restaurant open. You have all these people outside here causing a ruckus, and they're gonna destroy your store. They come inside, they're gonna start destroying shit. So you have to shut down your business, buy plywood to put plywood on your windows and doors. You know how that's not Gavin Newsom, and do your fucking job, man. Like Karen Bass, where's Karen Bass? So she's letting this happen. This is normal to her. This is peaceful for her. She's encouraging this.
The mess is tilled up. You can see the barricades that they've moved. I've seen several of them shot by those 40 millimeter rubber canisters or rubber bullets fired by the LAPD officers. So certainly they're going to bringing in reinforcements. And look, they've actually doubled the reinforcements.
Okay, I'll sell it for $10 a bottle. I'll sell it for $10 a bottle. Also, okay, the water $5, right? But also like the bottles of milk for $10 because milk helps with tear gas.
pockets, and you can see almost
And I'm
every
sure they
one of
don't
those
want tear
officers
gas
has
in
one
their
of those less
face.
than lethal
So I'm
weapons.
selling you a
They've fired
bottle of
those
milk
40mm rounds.
for
These officers here
$10.
taking aim at somebody will pull out wide and just see.
Milk
You can
20.
actually see
Damn.
people get
We need
shot,
to get in
especially these
business,
people down here who are
Stephanie.
bringing up those
I like the
barricades.
way
And I
she
can tell you,
thinks.
from friends of
She
mine who are being
actually
hit by
makes me
them,
even more
they certainly
happier.
hurt, Gigi.
$20. And it's the little bottle. It's like this.
Hit somebody in the eye, that can cause the loss of vision, they can cause the loss of an eye. Extremely
Like
dangerous.
this on milk.
LAPD
That's all you're
continues
gonna
to
get,
plan
and you're gonna
full
pay $20
mobilization.
because Stephanie wants you to pay $20, and I'm gonna sell this for $10. I still think I can make a profit with $10
as of
each
the
bottle.
last count.
And you got to pay me
They are
deposit on the
no
bottle
word on
because it's
how
10
many,
cents.
officers
So
are
it's
actually on the
$10
streets
and
of
10
downtown Los
cents,
Angeles right now,
bastards.
because remember, they continue to service all the other communities
Just laugh.
and the
You
regular
gotta laugh.
calls for service, traffic accidents, etc.
Stephanie's
You
there
just saw
laughing.
an
She's like, I
image
got
with
the
some
smile on my
protesters
face.
carrying what looked like a barricade and sort of
Oh,
putting
it's good
that
to laugh.
barricade and
It's
taking
good for
a
you.
shelter behind it so they could get closer to
It
the
actually
police
brings good
officers. I don't
energy
know if
when
you
you
could
laugh.
give us another look at that. There are the barricades. These barricades were being put up in Los Angeles downtown as recently as Wednesday. There we see some people. They seem to
We're
be
gonna be
hiding. They seem
rich
to be taking some
following the
pictures,
piece around.
possibly
Yeah.
photographers. There's a red cross symbol on the back of that man's backpack. Unclear who that is.
Yeah,
But
you see
there's
this?
a dispersal order in effect, so no one should be in
Look,
that
so
immediate area.
they're getting together, and they does this look peaceful? Or they're looking like they're setting up to do something? Because they look like they're wanting to start something.
Are you even able to
You know what I
tell
mean?
what that is that people are starting to hold up now?
This is not good.
Yeah, I think these people are still here. Some sort of
What are they doing there? Like that group right there.
like a wood circle, almost like a medieval sword shield
Like,
that you'd carry way back in the
what's going
medieval
on
days.
here?
What they do is they're trying to obviously move forward, protect themselves from.
So they're
those
having
rubber bullets that are being
shields.
fired
So
by the
they have
LAPD
makeshift
officers. There's certainly
shields.
a good 100 people in front of them.
They have
But
barricades
LAPD,
there.
slowly but
We
surely, I
got
think they're going to
people
take their time here.
planning,
Actually, we're seeing the
and
sheriffs come in.
the police are ready.
Go on the front foot when they get involved in these type of situations. So
I think they should remove the horses from this. You know, I don't think the horses should be involved.
Sheriff's Department, everybody, they want to
Like
get this
that's what
locked down
pisses
before
me off because they've been hitting the horses and they've been hurting the horses, and I'm not proud about that. I'm not happy about that. Like if I could, I would go there. I'll just burn all of them. It's like y'all don't want to leave, okay? Bring the gas, and we're gonna watch them run.
We believe they are all gathered at the EOC.
We're gonna see them all
Emergency
burn.
Operations Center in downtown Los Angeles.
It's
If they're not
wild.
there, then they're being called there right now. The last posts from the mayor were about how peaceful this protest
Yeah,
was.
I agree, Stephanie. That's what I'm saying. Like the curfew should have been like, okay, it's what time is it over there? It's 6:35 right now.
Will take away, and that must make
Because it's 9:35 here,
Fox 11's Mary
so it's
on the
6:35
ground
over
right now.
there.
Mary, after talking to
I think
families,
7
talking to
o'clock
so
should have
many
been
people
the
whose
start of the
message was
curfew.
one
7, not 8 o'clock.
basically of peace. They were there
And
to
then look at
express their
this. They're
opinion,
all in the
which
middle of the
obviously
street.
First Amendment guarantees. You may
These
not agree
people,
with the
you could
message,
tell
but the
they
First
they
Amendment
have no
protects all of
jobs.
us
They
to
live off the
express
government.
our opinion
They
on, to
have
air
they
our
live off of their
grievances against the
parents.
governor. This must
They're
be very
still sucking on
disheartening
the
for
mom's
you,
tits.
Mary, because you know that this will end up
And
being the
yeah,
takeaway
and
from the
they live in
protests
their
in Los
parents'
Angeles.
basement.
Yeah, and I think that does such a disservice.
And none of them work. None of them. They've been here every single day, so we know for sure, for a fact, that they don't work. So, are they getting benefits? Are they stealing from Social Security?
Los Angeles truly represents in ways
Can we
that
have
only
everyone
Los
that's
Angeles
there?
would, with
Can we have their
dancing and with
EBT cards
low
cut?
riders and with
Can we have
just
the
a
food
lot of
stamps
love, a
cut
lot of
and their housing cut?
and really honoring the
So that way, when they come back home, they'll get a surprise stating that you have no money in your EBT account and you can't pay for your rent anymore because we're not giving you a voucher anymore. So all you're gonna have to do now is leave, and if you don't leave, we'll have the cops come and remove you, and it'll be easier for me too because once the cops come here, they're gonna take you and they're gonna send you back to your country because you're gonna get deported. Because there's a lot of illegals. That's why they're holding so hard in Cal right here. in Los Angeles, because I lived there for a year, and I could tell you for a fact there is a lot of illegal immigrants in Los Angeles. I think this is like the biggest concentrated area of illegals is in Los Angeles and San Diego area. Well, throughout whole California. You know, they're all over California. And they came to California because their governor and their mayors were saying you're safe here. We're not gonna deport you. You're gonna be here and no problems. We're gonna give you benefits. We're gonna give you all this stuff.
Would take over the protest.
It's fucked up,
totally
man.
twist the message that the majority of the people were there to get out.
Exactly, the audacity. And then they want to be upset if they get arrested and deported. I know, right? The audacity.
Justin O'Brien in Sky Fox. You are looking
crazy.
live at his picture. Mario Ramirez is in the thick of it. Can we bring Mario in? We see
It's Mario. Who's Mario? He sounds
can you tell us
Mexican.
what you're seeing?
Are you Mexican, Mario?
People concerned. It doesn't appear, at least from your picture, that anyone is trying to leave or.
Yeah, they're loitering. This is what you call loitering.
No, it looks like they're actually pushing back against
This is an illegal assembly. This is what this called, illegal assembly, loitering. Yeah, and then if they're causing problems, which they are, not good, man. This is
fencing, those metal barriers that we see around City Hall and around Grand Park, and it looks like they
I wish they could arrest them all.
between law enforcement and the demonstrators.
You know what I wish? I wish the army with the Marines on one side and the army on the other side, and close in and trap them in the middle. Trap all these people in the middle, and then arrest every single person that's there. That's how you could get these people. You get them on both ends. You have to close in on both sides, and once you close in on both sides, you just pick them up, pick until you get every single one, and you throw them all in jail.
With objects being thrown at officers, at law enforcement before those rubber bullets were being fired, and it sounded like we heard them coming from multiple, at least.
Yeah, Mario is in the middle of it. I feel bad for Mario if they start shooting tear gas and pepper spray at the crowd.
Working their way here towards Temple.
Just in the thick of the piece. Yeah, he's in the heart of the piece.
But for the most part, they're stationed here at this intersection, and the crowd appears to be growing. They are not backing down. They're continuing
In the thick of it, the piece. Yeah, crazy. Oh, they're shooting. Flashbangs. There they go. Flashbangs. There they go. They're not playing with these people, man. These people are causing issues. Like, who's that old lady? You see that old lady right there? Why is that old lady there? And Grandpa? Why Grandpa's there? Like, are these people want to get deported too?
What had been a peaceful protest, and yes,
Why she keep saying peaceful? How many times this bitch has says peaceful?
The peaceful protesters who are themselves,
Oh,
including
Lord.
Fox 11's Mary, who was on the ground with them.
She has to say peaceful every 30
Unfortunately,
seconds?
it did turn chaotic. You are looking live now at the shot from Sky Fox. A dispersal order has been issued, but you see that some protesters, some agitators do not want to leave. You see there a skirmish line set up, the Sheriff's Department on the ground, the LAPD on the ground in full force there, and you heard those shots, those rubber bullets.
Don't worry, Stephanie. It's peaceful.
Protesters to get them to back up.
It's always peaceful.
What they want, law enforcement wants, is to get them out of downtown Los Angeles. They want to break this up, and you were looking at Mario Ramirez live pictures as deputies with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department continue to move towards the group of protesters that have now set up those barricades. And you see one there, defiant. I don't know if that's a woman or a man. She or he is not getting, well, now they're getting down because they're being taken down as the Sheriff's Department moves those metal railings. Those were brought in by the city and by the county earlier this week. We saw them being put up all over downtown Los Angeles. You can see those flashbangs, that tear gas, that pepper spray continually being shot. The idea is to make it uncomfortable for the protesters and to get them to leave the area. This is all happening simultaneously while another protest continues to march west on 7th towards the Rampart area. So there are now splinter groups. The agitators are in the center of downtown Los Angeles, while most protesters have moved away from the area, continuing with their message. And a message that Los Angeles County District Attorney DA Nathan Hochman has been putting out repeatedly to protesters. He's been saying, I quote, "I will fiercely protect the First Amendment rights of anyone who wants to peacefully assemble and voice their positions. However, when protected speech crosses the line into illegal actions, I will equally fiercely enforce the criminal laws." Now, he posted this 6 days ago when we saw the first chaotic scene in downtown Los Angeles, but it applies today because the DA said, if you want to shoot fireworks at people, assault law enforcement officers or shopkeepers, or vandalize public or private property, you will be arrested, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law. That message sent out 6 days ago from Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman to anyone thinking of causing chaos. And again, a lot of the folks that you're seeing live are not there. And we're specifically talking about the looting that we saw in downtown Los Angeles. Let's get to Justin O'Brien in Skyfox. Justin.
Yeah, Gigi, we're seeing the sheriff's deputies move in here. They were firing those flashbangs when that crowd got too close, pushing those barriers up. Now they've really taken a good 400 feet down that Spring Street here, pushing those protesters southbound. Now what we've got here, they actually can split into Gloria Molina Park. This is that big park in the front of City Hall. Now I thought that LAPD may have blocked off the entrance here to try and corral these protesters southbound, but they're actually allowing them to go up into the park now. They're trying to push them southbound. So at this stage, this bunch of protesters are on the move. Obviously, they've shown a wanting to be able to attack the officers or the deputies. We heard reports before about those commercial-grade fireworks. We saw them throwing at least water bottles at those deputies. So they're going to have to keep coming along here because they've got those barriers there. They want to clear Spring Street. These deputies are going to have to walk their way or push the crowd all the way down to First. So it's a very active scene out here. But as we understand, we'll try to make a flight over to that group they said that's moving into the Rampart area. Skyfox, we have about 5 minutes left of fuel, so we'll have to go and refuel, and we'll try to be back as soon as we can, Gigi.
All right, Justin O'Brien, a wonderful job reporting live over the chaotic scene unfolding in downtown Los Angeles. Now, LAPD Central Division just putting out that outside agitators, and what they mean when they, at least what they mean by outside agitators are, these are not central people that were participating in the initial No Kings protest. Outside agitators have now blocked Spring Street, south of Temple, and set up fencing and other
There's
blocking
people
materials,
everywhere,
which
man.
is
That's
exactly
not,
what we have
that's
seen
not
from
good.
Justin O'Brien in Skyfox overhead as this continues to unfold. There is also a large demonstration marching in the area of Broadway and 6th. So that is at least 3 groups of people in the downtown area. One of them is heading towards Rampart. We're talking about the area of MacArthur Park.
You see the
Alvarado
floods
and 6th.
in
That's where they were marching
San
on
Antonio.
7th. The LAPD said that
What
was a
weather-wise
peaceful
is going on
protest.
over there?
Meanwhile, we're learning of
Hold
another
on.
large demonstration with
I was
people
looking at some
marching in
stuff
the
here. I
area
was going to
of
look at
Broadway and
this.
6th.
Let me pause
And
this
then
here
you
for a
have this
second. I could look
immediate
for it.
chaotic scene.
We could pause this because we could go to up to the live. So we got we're behind by a good amount of time, maybe like half an hour on that. So I wanted to show a couple of cameras real quick. Here is Israel, all different cities around Israel. We got Tel Aviv. A lot of them are Tel Aviv. So Haifa and all good stuff. But I wanted to show you this one. This one I wanted to show you. This was Israel's Haifa burns in Israel and Iran's fury. So Haifa is on fire. They were slammed by some ballistic missiles. So let's play this real quick so you can see. Yeah, I saw the weather, but I didn't really check on like any reports from there. I'm sure they get flooding. Like this year's gonna be wow. Look at this. This was last night. The missile is going to Haifa. So this was last night because yes, they're already on the 15th. We're already Sunday. We're still on Saturday. So this just happened not so long ago. You know, Israel should have known this was going to happen. That's why you have to hit them so hard, man. I wish they would have had more planes and more missiles going to all this area. Iran is very sneaky. You got a lot of this stuff on the ground. It looks like the Iron Dome is picking it up. Some of them are missing out of ballistics. You know it's going to take landfall before it's going to touch. Like majority of them, they're like, it's very feeling. And your phone has an alarm and it says it's your safe zone, incoming missiles. Text alert. Okay. I mean, Iran's going to be limited to the amount of time they're going to be able to do this. From what I know, is they have about 2,000 to 3,000 ballistic missiles. They make about 10 missiles a day. I think they make about 10 missiles a day. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to expedite or pause the making because you never know that they might blow them up, those areas. So they might slow down the production of making those missiles. And not only that, but like, can you really fight for years on out? Can you really fight for like 10 years, 20 years? Like, they've been doing it for a very long time. They've been fighting for a very long time. You think this is like their first fight? Yeah, no. It's in the Bible. All these biblical things happening, right? They're trying to compare it to the Bible and all the Bible says this, Bible says that. I'm like, listen, it's humanity that's here that's causing this, and this is basically a lot to do with greed. I feel like it has to do with greed. A lot of greedy nations, greedy countries, they want more. They're not satisfied with little. And if you had the opportunity to create an atomic weapon, that's a problem. Your country was told many moons ago that you cannot have any mass destruction weapons. You cannot have anything nuclear. You cannot enrich uranium. Like, they have done everything we told them they cannot do. Guess what they did? Just like what the Democrats do. They did it all opposite, and they went ahead and did it and kept doing it and right in front of the whole world's face. And the whole world just like turned their back and just not paid attention to it at all. Like, Biden didn't even pay attention to nothing. He gave them the money. Biden gave Iran the money to be able to build up their arsenal and get this uranium going and get it mixed up to a point where they could create a huge atomic weapon that they can use on Israel. You got to remember, Israel's very little. If Iran hits them with an atomic weapon and destroys like a good portion of Israel, the US is gonna go and hit them with a lot of atomic weapons. Not just one, not just two. It's gonna be a bombardment. There's gonna be nothing left, and they're gonna make sure of it. If they ever to hit Israel with an atomic bomb or one of those, like, that will be a really the saddest day on Earth for humanity. And the U.S. will supply Israel with the bombs, and they will actually let them, and we will do the mission and drop the bombs. And yeah, last time I saw from a video that Stephanie has sent me, the Doomsday plane is up and flying. The Doomsday plane is flying. Says a lot. They have drones flying up in the atmosphere, checking out all different areas where they're having these protests at. You gotta understand, these drones have really state-of-the-art cameras that they can zoom in and capture your face from that high. ain't that nuts? That's so cool. I mean, even the space shuttle. I remember when the space shuttle back in the day, and when I learned that they had cameras that were so strong that you could hold up a stamp in the air and they can see it and describe the stamp for you from space. That was so cool. When I found out, I was like, whoa. The strength of the lens and yeah, I'm sure these drones that they have up there, they see everything. They're monitoring. And there's a lot of people up to no good. There's a lot, and I'm telling you, they're not legal. They're illegal. They're the sleeper cells that are waking up. They have been given the orders, so they're gonna antagonize and maybe there might be bloodshed. There's already been bloodshed this morning. We had 2 lawmakers get assassinated. Pretty much, was put to. They got shot by a person that was dressed as a police officer and had a police car also. And what he had inside the car, little pamphlets that said, "No kings." Just weird. And it's only going to get weirder because all these individuals, you see, like this one, he's not a lone wolf. There's a lot of them. There's a more than I could count. I'm looking in the thousands of them here already. They're here. And the American people will realize when they see the bloodshed, and then they'll be in mourning and being crying and weeping. And why did it happen? Why? Because you weren't supposed to be there. None of them supposed to be there, and the ones that are illegal, they should really be thinking about self-deporting and taking the $1,000 and start a new life in Mexico and go back to your original home wherever you came. If you came from Peru or you came from Brazil or you came from Congo, if you came from anywhere around the world, Kenya, anywhere, anywhere. We're exiting the illegal migrants out. If you overstayed your visa, you have to leave. Because if the police come to you, if the border agents come to you, it's just not going to be good for you. Self-deport, get out. It's for now, because that's what we need. We need to do a head count. And we can't do a head count if we have too many heads in the country. Catch my drift? We need to do a head count. We need to know how many people are here, how many Americans do we have in total, and then do a census, because we need to do a census, like an emergency census, and do a head count and see who's what, who's here, make sure the information's right. You can find out if they're giving you right information or fucked up information. You can have houses monitored to make sure the certain people that they say they lives there. It's going to be a hard task, but I say this: they need to do a roll call. I said this before, and I'll say it again. I have the perfect solution for Trump. Like, all he has to do is have Social Security do a roll call. Like, you have to come in, bring your Social Security card, your birth certificate, bring proof of residency, and in the police department, they fingerprint you. And that's who you say you are, because they already have your fingerprints, and you get a letter from the police department stating that your fingerprints is yours. You get that copy. You show it to the Social Security agent. They'll review the package, and they'll give you an answer right there. They as soon as they see the paperwork, they see everything's matched. They're like, okay, you're all good. Here's a stamp on your license. You're super certified. So anytime they try to pull you to the side, because if you look Mexican or you look Spanish or you look, they're gonna ask. All you got to show is your ID, and it's gonna show that you're legit. You are who you say you are, and you are part of the U.S. And once they see it, they'll leave you alone. They'll tell you, have a good day. I'm sorry for disturbing you. It's just we're trying to do our job, and we're trying to, catch the ones that are illegal, but you're legal. So there's so many ways we can fix this. I know the ways. It's just Trump. He don't listen to me anyways. I know. I can send the energy his way and try to get him to communicate with me. I don't have Twitter. I don't do Twitter. I don't have, my form of communication is through energy and in my chat. Trump, if you ever watch, just leave a message in the comments. Oh man, but I just feel like there's so many ways that they can expose these immigrants and push them out of the country. It's very easy. What you do is they have this protest and they're doing this, that. You can get the information from all of them from there, and they can ping their phones, even if they have their biometrics off. Your phone still gets pinged, okay? Because your phone gets pinged to a cell tower. Dummy. Yeah. Oh, and guess what? If you put your phone on airplane mode, guess what? Your phone still gets pinged on a cell phone tower. Dummy. Yeah. It's like they're so dummies. They're dummies. There's so many ways you could catch these individuals and deport them, but it's gonna take a lot of man hours. And I hope the younger brood of gentlemen and females that are in their 18s and to the young 23, 24-year-olds. I really hope that they get to sign up or possibly become ICE agents. You know, they're going to need a lot of ICE agents in the future. So a lot of these kids, they're going to have to probably go to the military, spend about 2 years in the military, and then well, they're going to keep you for 4. I'm just saying. But once you're done with your 4 years, you could become a federal agent. You could become an ICE agent. You could be a part of the deporting process and get everyone out of here, because they're going to need a lot of people. This is not an easy operation, and I'm sure that they're hiring. They're hiring, and they need more because there's so many illegals. You gotta understand, 20 million came through the border. We're not talking about the runners, the ones that overstayed their visas. There's so many of them here that overstayed their visas too. There's people that are not supposed to be here and they have court orders to be deported, and they can't serve them because they can't find the individual. There's a lot of issues going on. There's a lot of illegalness that's going on in this country. And who benefits from this? The Democrats. That's why they're fighting so hard for them. That's why they're doing everything they can to disrupt. They're paying them to go protest and wreak havoc and cause havoc. You know? To the point that they probably paid someone to commit the murders this morning. Hey, I've been feeling like a Democrat killed these people to set up for the sympathy, to feel like the sympathy vote, to give the Democrats the sympathy. No, do the investigation. I guarantee you the guy who killed them, he's probably a Democrat. He probably is. And they're trying to make him look into like be a Republican and that a Republican did it. Have you seen the media's not even talking about that? Because he's a Democrat and he doesn't like the party and where it's going. And he went AWOL and killed up 2 lawmakers. It's wild. Get ready. It's going to get wilder. It's what I see. I wish you could see what I see. But let's find something else here. Let me see. I got Jerusalem. It's morning time. It's getting morning time. We can check it out here. Let's go live. This is from the AP. Jerusalem skyline after Iran's retaliator. They retaliated back. So they're retaliating on Israel. And right now, that's the West Wall. And it looks good right now, but things could change at a moment's notice. You never know. Let's go back to the police here. The peace officers. They're gonna be we're gonna be seeing a lot of peace right now. The smoke you see, those are peaceful smokes. All these police officers that are here together, they're at peace. And the rioters, they're not rioters. They're peace warriors. All right, let's continue. It doesn't make sense.
Developing near Temple and Spring. This is near the LAPD headquarters. This is near Los Angeles City Hall. We continue to await a
I'll be here for the
LAPD chief
when
General
the
Donald. We also are
curfew
waiting,
starts.
some kind of a statement from Mayor
It starts
Karen
in
Bass. We believe that the
54
heads
minutes.
of the police department and the city are now meeting, most likely at the Emergency Operations Center. But we are trying to reach them. We would really like to talk to them. What is the plan? We know there's a curfew in place. That curfew doesn't start, though, for just under 2 hours. And if a dispersal order didn't work in getting folks off the street, then
I can fast forward this.
most likely will
I just want to hear what they were saying at that time.
to effect at 8 p.m. through 6 p.m.
I'm
Now,
like
you
off
do see that
by
is First Street. You're looking
wow.
live at Skyfox, and in the corner of your screen, that right-hand screen, that is Mario Ramirez and his photographer giving you a live look
The
at
military?
a finish line being set
Is
up
the
by the
Marines?
Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. They have
Oh, and they got flags. Look at that. American flags.
Los Angeles area, and
Oh, that's cool.
mounted unit with their horses and their SEB
And the military's there with
Bureau,
their
which is the Los
American
Angeles County
flags.
Sheriff's Department equivalent to the SWAT team there. You're looking live at a wider scene. I don't know, as you move out of the area, Justin, if you can still hear me, if you'll be able to get a look at this other protest on Broadway and 6th Street that they say, LAPD says there's a large group of demonstrators marching in the area of Broadway and 6th. There you're looking at downtown Los Angeles. Skyfox heading to refuel after hours overhead. I want to see if we can possibly go to Mario Ramirez. I'd like to take Mario anytime, Mario, you're available. I'd like to see what you're seeing. You are on the ground. You were there when those bullets were being fired. What are you seeing, Mario?
Yeah, Gigi. Well, a lot of the people who
Mario,
are on the street there,
we gotta
right in
talk,
front of City
man.
Hall, they've now moved into Grand Park
You
because
do
the
look
skirmish line with
Mexican.
LAPD and LA County
And you were born
Sheriff's
here,
firing rubber bullets and
but you are Mexican.
flashbangs. They've now moved right in
Mario's
front of
good.
City
He's doing a
Hall.
good job.
So it appears that we're surrounded right now. There's LAPD, another skirmish line behind us along Broadway, and
These are young kids.
here, again, Spring Street between
See, they're all young.
and First and sure.
Listen, train them and send them to Ukraine.
So what we could tell you, no, I'm sorry, yes. We have demonstrators here who are saying that people have been shot with rubber bullets. They've been injured, and unjustly so. Earlier, I was talking to someone from Inglewood. He said
Englewood is up to good.
Bullet, and then another couple from Hawthorne. You may have heard one of the women who was complaining about the pain she was in. Well, she was shot as well twice by rubber bullets near that skirmish line.
She got hit twice? She didn't learn the first time, huh?
Now, as those crowds move towards,
She didn't learn the first time. She got hit twice.
the people on the street at times are going back in with
It's
those
like
flags,
those are memories.
many of them carrying Free Palestine.
And if you stick around, you're gonna get a 4th, 5th, and a 6th
Free
time.
speech, and a lot of people here, once those flashbangs and that tear gas get deployed, they start running in the other direction, but they soon gather somewhere else. It's not like they're
Where all these American flags come from, right? I saw a story that they were handing these American flags out.
We know that curfew goes
And it was part of the DNC. The DNC was trying to push people to wear these flags, American flags. That's why you see more American flags. It's not because they brought them. No, they were given to them. There's videos showing the DNC people. They were part of the DNC. Well, they were part of this, and they were giving out the American flags and try to make it like there's more Americans there, which is not true. They made these people carry these flags, and they are getting paid to do this.
Like the Apple Store, and then you have the smaller mom and pop businesses.
Like, there's a lot of deception going on. Everything, like, look at it, read the body language, look at the people, feel the energy. Just
we were inside the jewelry mart, and where display cases were smashed. We were told that display cases had nothing to steal, but they were just smashed.
I thought I heard somebody say "Free Palestine." I don't know. Is it me? But I heard that.
Live here in the studio, Christine Devine, for our continuing coverage.
You know what? Let
of
me
the
go
chaos, the protests.
give me a
Christine, you've been
snack real
following
quick.
this.
I think I want to move it up because I want to get closer to the. Let me move it up.
The streets around us are starting to see more of those local law enforcement, LAPD,
Hold on. Let's see if I can move it up more too.
past Broadway here. So that sort of tells us that more.
Let's move it up.
Camera, they are doing the
There's the
message that they
police.
have to give to the crowd. Mario, are you
So we cut out a lot of time, but I'm trying to get it close to the. By the time the curfew gets here, I want it to be live. So right now I'm playing catch up. So this is the line. This is the police versus the loiters. That's what they're doing. They're loitering. And they're standing in the middle of the street. So it's not the smartest thing to be at or what you like what they're doing. You could tell a lot of these individuals that are here, they're kids. They're not really that old. Some are old. You got some older people and so forth, but you see a lot of kids, a lot of young adults.
No King's Day, which had been planned way in
See the other side?
It was not tied at all.
They're closing them in. You got from one side, and then you got the other side, and then you sandwich them, and then you start arresting them.
That action even happened. It was tied to the president's parade, marking the anniversary and birthday of the Army, and that's what the No King's Day protest was.
No Kings, stupid. That's stupid. No Kings, you're stupid. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get me a snack.
Clearly, not planning to quickly leave. I find a skirmish line like this to be quite intimidating. But you have some of those people who are not moving back at all, and I'm looking at people in the distance who are walking away. Mario, how are you feeling about the crowd? Does it seem like it's thinning out, like people who don't want any kind of part of any kind of skirmish line? Are they moving back? Can you see that?
Yeah, earlier when we started, it was like shoulder to shoulder at some intersections. It was really packed. It's hard to tell exactly the numbers, but I would say there are still a few hundred here at Broadway and First. Some of the crowds started to move as the skirmish line was deploying those flashbang grenades and tear gas. But of course, many plan to stay out here until the very last minute, until law enforcement starts making those arrests, unfortunately. And we saw that earlier this week when the sun went down, when that curfew hit, dozens taken into custody by LAPD officers. And as of right now, these officers here at this intersection, they're stationed. They've got their rubber bullet guns here drawn. They're ready to keep moving this crowd. And again, they're moving south from here at Broadway and First towards Hill Street, and we can even up one more block. We continue to see those crowds as well, and more LAPD cruisers moving into this area. So there is some press out here as well. Lots of people. Earlier we saw families out here, some elderly people, lots of dancing, peaceful protesting, chanting, and then things started to take a turn. We did see some of that activity, a few bottles being thrown into the air. We didn't see any officers being injured, but that's really what started to trigger the rubber bullets and those less lethal munitions being fired into the crowds here, as we're continuing to see more LAPD officers move in.
Mario,
that's your side where it says Civic Center. You guys are good, like right there.
All right, so that officer obviously telling our reporter where he's good to be. We saw a man with a big vest that said press in front of the skirmish line talking with an officer. In this day and age, it's such a different concept of press in that there's so many outlets, there's so many legitimate outlets, and there are so many social media people doing press that it's almost hard to know actually who is really press and who is doing their social media on their own. I can tell you that the LAPD Commander Carranza, who we've had on the air many times at news conferences, did issue a statement saying, please, if you're part of the media, do not place yourself between the police skirmish line and the crowd. We need to keep the line moving and can't stop for your camera shot. So that was from a commander with the LAPD. And here you have somebody, that seems very LA to me. Someone in a Santa suit.
Actually, Christine, I saw a Santa Claus, but he had a very long white beard walking downtown in Little Tokyo just yesterday. And he is saying something to the police officers. He's masked. But we saw this yesterday in Little Tokyo. A Santa Claus walking down the street. Not a protester, though. He wasn't protesting anything. He just went in and just ducked into a coffee shop. for some coffee, because even Santa apparently drinks coffee. And you know, Christine, we were in Little Tokyo yesterday, where so many businesses, even the bank, the Japanese American Cultural Center, the museum, all of that was closed. And it hurt my heart to see so many tourists walking up the street, taking pictures of the boarded up businesses. And most of the businesses have posters on them saying, please respect our business. We are immigrants. And they were leaving those messages in case there was any civil unrest. They feared, those business owners, that something like this could happen. And
okay, yeah, I'll talk right into
and that and one business said, you know, we are Mexican owned, we support immigrants. Another business had a sign saying that their grandparents and great grandparents were Japanese and had struggled. And now you're looking live. Let's go back to Mario Ramirez on the ground there as the LAPD continues to move in an effort to try to contain the group of protesters that are still in the area.
Yeah, Gigi, we just saw about 24 officers run up from Spring Street and First. Now they're making their way up here to Broadway, increasing the skirmish line. I don't know if you can see some of them kind of yelling directions at each other. Some of the LAPD officers seeming stressed out themselves, saying, you know, you go over there, you go over here, we'll block this side, that side. I mean, it even seems like the LAPD is kind of scurrying around, figuring out exactly where to go as they try and control these crowds and bring them closer here to Broadway and First, and then move them south towards Hill Street. Now, a lot of the protesters here walking throughout the street are on the sidewalk now with their hands up. A lot of them have moved over at least along here on First Street onto the sidewalk because LAPD is out here on the street. Many of them have their hands up or holding their signs or still waving their flags. Some of them are still on their loudspeakers. The chopper up above, we can still hear at least 3. And a lot of people also have drones up in the sky taking a look at some of the activity. I mean, I've seen at least 2 or 3 drones in the last couple of minutes. So I know people are trying to get a look at some of the activity. And you all have mentioned the social media posts and live streaming that have been out here, and that's also what we're seeing is a lot of people want to show the activity here firsthand, post it to the social media site so people can see exactly what is happening. And obviously there's so many different pockets of activity and protests, so it is difficult to see what happens exactly when and where, but almost every other person is trying to stream or take video or pictures to be able to share exactly what's going on at that moment as we continue to watch these skirmish lines pushing the crowd of hundreds now towards Hill Street from First and Broadway. Gigi and Christine.
Well, we are watching a close shot there of a lot of law enforcement. Look on all sides. There was a skirmish line to the back there, and now to the side here, and now to the front of us. They have really taken control of this area here. I can't even imagine how many officers are out there. And look at the back there as well. It is a large department here in the LAPD, and they've been dealing with this for several days now. I'm thinking too, though, it's a fairly nice / warm day out to be in that long gear, knowing you've been dealing with protests all day long.
And LAPD went on full mobilization, Christine, at 6 o'clock this morning. That will continue until 6 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm here.
Full mobilization means basically vacation days were canceled, days off were canceled, officers placed on A and B shifts of 12 hours each. And basically you have every officer in the department that was available, that was not out of town already on vacation or on sick leave,
They're back
there, including the administrative staff, the commanders.
Here, let me pause it real quick. Yeah, everybody that had vacation time and that was at home, or if they had gone on a vacation and they were called to please come back as an emergency, they have to go respond back because they're needed for this. They're gonna make a lot of overtime, of course. They're getting paid. 12 hours on, 12 hours off. Some officers will probably go a little bit more than that, 12 hours, depending, but it's all overtime. This is an all hands on deck situation. Um, and the thing is that it's the agitators. You can see. I'm gonna go back to that. I'm gonna play because I have to take some medicine and stuff because I'm not feeling good. The energy for me, I feel depleted. I feel tired. I don't feel good. I really don't feel good. I'm gonna take some medicine and then see if it goes away a little bit because I feel like it's bad. Tonight's just not a good night. It's just not a good night. My head is like about to explode. That's how I feel. My head is just overwhelmed. But let's go back to the stupidness and yeah, and share your opinions in the chat because I do read the chat. And if I don't come back on, I'll come back on if I'm gonna leave. I'll let you guys know if I'm gonna leave the feed on so you guys can see it. I could do that because sometimes I gotta lay down when I feel like this because I feel really really bad. I am fighting cancer, throat cancer, and so forth, and it's not too bad, but I can feel it fucking with me. I can feel my energy being like sucked out. So I just feel tired and I feel very fatigued and not feeling too good. And the energy alone is just driving me nuts because it's so high, but yet so negative. It's like that real high negative, and it's just not good. The world is not in a good state right now, and the way things are going, it's not going to get any better. I feel bad, because I wish I could help humanity, but this is what we're destined to because we don't learn from history. So history will constantly repeat itself. So with that said, let's go back to the LA craziness. And yeah, we're almost close to the curfew. The curfew starts in 36 minutes, but I'm about 36 minutes back on the video. So when it comes to curfew time, when it hits 11 p.m. here, that's 8 p.m. in downtown LA. Um, that's when the rest will start happening and the chaos will begin. Um, let's see how hyped it gets, and hopefully these officers and hopefully the people that are there will be safe tonight. But I highly doubt that's going to happen. But that said, let's go ahead and start this, and I'll be right back.
All of them are now working, not only obviously this incident in downtown Los Angeles, but also manning the different police stations around town, the 20 police stations and the regular calls for service, because that has not stopped. So you have officers out in full force again on full mobilization today until tomorrow. This was in preparation of the civil unrest. We are still awaiting. This has been going on for about 2 hours and 15 minutes, and still no word from the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell, or LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. No word from them on. We imagine it takes a very long time for city and county officials to come together and decide on what their message is going to be, unfortunately. But we believe they should have spoken out by now. This has been going on for quite a while. And I think city residents of Los Angeles are looking to their leadership to know, what are they thinking? What is going to happen? We have a curfew starting in about an hour and 15 minutes. But if people didn't leave when a dispersal order was issued, will a curfew order make them leave?
I think there's going to be those people who are going to push it to the last minute. They know that curfew order is for 8 p.m. This dispersal order and unlawful assembly, that's a game changer. It's not the curfew at 8 o'clock, but it is also a game changer as to the actions law enforcement can take. They've been able to push these people back and to form these skirmish lines and take control of certain intersections and thin out that crowd. Remember, this was tens of thousands of people that came out for the No Kings protest, a day of protests around the nation. And you have a much thinner crowd here of people sticking around. Now, the mayor and Chief Jim McDonnell have said that LAPD knows how to do this and is prepared for this. And we talked about the days of protests already. And so I'm thinking many people who do not want to be caught up in any kind of unrest know to move out of the way because they've seen it. They've seen it the past couple of days.
And there certainly has been unrest. You're looking at a message on X from LAPD Central Division, First and Broadway. This is what I mentioned earlier. Officers were requesting assistance due to agitators in the crowd throwing objects at them. Broadway between Temple and First Street is closed. And this is something that for about 2 hours and 15 minutes now, the LAPD has been reporting. And that is a group of outside agitators, outside meaning they were not part of the original protest, coming in and throwing things. We've had commercial fireworks, reports of bottles, bricks, rocks thrown from overpasses at the officers. And that is what they say set this all off. And the domino effect still being felt 2 hours and 15 minutes later. 6:46, if you're just joining us, Christine Devine and I'm Gigi Graciette live at the Fox 11 studios. We've been watching what was a peaceful protest with tens of thousands of people taking to the streets of not only downtown Los Angeles, but across the country. Most protests remained peaceful, but at about 4:30, all chaos broke loose in downtown Los Angeles when police began reporting they were taking rocks, bottles, and bricks from an overpass. That is when a dispersal order was issued, originally from just a 2-block area, but now that order is grown and some folks still refuse to leave. Many people did break off in splinter groups, with LAPD also reporting there were peaceful protesters on 7th, also on 8th. They were marching away from downtown Los Angeles, and but some refused to leave. And the LAPD is saying that a group of outside agitators have basically hijacked the No Kings protest in downtown Los Angeles.
Well, as we are watching police here take control and move that skirmish line even tighter there to continue to signal to that crowd that they are going to keep moving out of this area, you can see the actions of law enforcement and how many officers are there in the downtown LA area. I can tell you, I was at a protest in Beverly Hills earlier. Nothing like this, but it also had a police presence there. The police cars now moving in with these sirens to signal to anybody who might be within earshot or farther away that something serious is happening, and they're making noise to let people know that they are there in force. And that section there, Broadway and First, where there was that call for assistance there, they have now really made a statement there with law enforcement. Heavy presence there.
And we have Mario Ramirez on the ground. We had Justin O'Brien up in Sky Fox. Mario Ramirez and his photographer on the ground there, as you see the LAPD and their cars moving in to, again, try to disperse the crowd, move them away from this immediate area of downtown Los Angeles. This is in the area of City Hall and also LAPD headquarters. You see members of the media behind the skirmish line where they're supposed to be for safety reasons. And you see those diehard protesters, agitators. It's a mixed bag right now, still refusing to leave. Do we have Mario?
Yes, Gigi, we're continuing to see that crowd being pushed south here on North Broadway and First Street. And what we've noticed here is for the last couple of minutes, while we're hearing LAPD on the loudspeaker telling the crowd, giving the crowd orders to move, and they're continuing to move, and that law enforcement, you see LAPD dozens running here towards the crowd. We haven't seen any of that activity as far as flashbangs and bottles or rocks being thrown from the other side, at least in the last few minutes here, as we're watching police move into that crowd. And at least hundreds still here near the corner of First and North Broadway. The police have really been effective, LAPD officers, in sort of bringing a lot of the crowd into Grand Park and then moving them. Officers behind us were just saying, hold the line. It doesn't look like anything serious is happening. They were just yelling, hold the line, hold the line. So there's a huge force of LAPD here pushing towards those protesters that continue to hold signs, and they're slowly backing down. But you can see many of them have their hands up. They're still waving those flags. They really don't want to leave, as LAPD is slowly pushing in on them here from North Broadway and First south.
And this is a point where a protest that had been peaceful is no longer peaceful when you start to see them facing off like that. And there you see a convoy of LAPD cars, including undercover cars that are usually assigned to administrators or detectives, being used to try to move the crowd away from downtown Los Angeles, to move them away from City Hall and LAPD police headquarters. And you see the media there, right there in front of Mario Ramirez, live on the ground with his photographer. Thank you so much, Mario, for these accounts. These situations are extremely tense, we can tell you, especially when you start seeing police officers run. You know, there's a T-shirt that goes around that it says, you know, I'm on the SWAT team, I'm the bomb technician, and if you see me run, then you should be running too. So always a tense situation, especially with these large crowds where emotions run so high. Mario, were you able to make out what they were saying on the loudspeakers from the black and whites?
It sounded like they were just giving direction, clear the street here at this intersection. I couldn't make out every word, but they're telling people right now, get on the sidewalk, including the media here, trying to keep everybody out of the street as they continue to move this crowd. And I'm trying to listen into the loudspeaker, but it sounds like multiple officers are on loudspeakers, just giving directions to the crowd, telling them to keep moving down, stay off of the street. When we arrived here in the downtown area, there were law enforcement here at every intersection. We saw sheriff's deputies, armed deputies nearly at every corner. And once that activity, that reported activity, maybe closer to 5 o'clock, maybe 4:30, started to get underway with objects being thrown at law enforcement and the return of tear gas and rubber bullets, that's when we started to see a huge presence of LAPD officers and more deputies rushing here to this intersection. We saw them running on foot. We saw some on horseback as well, and dozens and dozens throughout the time that we've been out here of black and whites moving through the streets with lights and sirens here and assisting the officers who are already stationed here at these intersections on the ground. So that police force continuing to increase here as the crowd continues to move closer and closer to 2nd Street there on Broadway.
And watching how that police car was moved in to keep people onto the sidewalk as that skirmish line is moving, that mobile force there, as they call it, is moving that crowd back, as you said, towards 2nd Street. And look at the show of law enforcement in the downtown LA area on foot and in the vehicles there. LAPD had several days to gear up for this protest scene. And we look at all of the graffiti there on the building, a sign of the recent days of protest. We do apologize for any of the language that might be inappropriate for local television news, but it is an example of the damage that has been done in the downtown area when it comes to the graffiti alone. Mario, I know you were down there one morning and showed businesses that were being boarded up. Have you seen much of that today? Or are you just in a different area? As we look at, looks like deputies, Sheriff's Department across the way. Yeah, LA County Sheriff's Department. Is that right, Mario?
Yeah, those deputies look like they're, yes, exactly. They've got their shields up right now. They are armed and they're headed towards First, away from 2nd and Broadway, where that crowd is being pushed. And as for the businesses, we know more than 24 have been looted since the start of these demonstrations last Friday. So it's now been over a week, and more than 24 businesses. Yes.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me okay?
I want to interject because I'm looking at those uniforms. Are we sure those deputies, or was that military of some sort? Marines?
You know what? That's actually National Guard.
National Guard.
It does look like that's National Guard here.
Wearing the camouflage gear.
Yeah, that was National Guard moving across. I do apologize. Yeah.
Yeah, the National Guard, of course, has now been.
And you saw they were armed.
And Mario, as you know, the National Guard has now been federalized and is taking orders from the federal government. There was about 2,000, no, almost 4,000, and then 2,000 more were called in from the National Guard. That's been a big source of contention between Governor Gavin Newsom, of course, and the federal government. And they have now been federalized. And LAPD was very conscious that this could happen. They were expecting civil unrest. They had hoped for the best. And on Wednesday, all of their sworn members, now LAPD has a capacity for 10,000 sworn members. We believe they're at about 8,700 now. Every sworn member received a notice that they were going into full mobilization at 6 a.m. this morning. So all vacation days were canceled. If your day's off, if today was your day off, that's too bad. You have to work, and they are all working now 12-hour shifts with the possibility of being held over even longer if needed.
Well, you and I don't normally work on a Saturday, so it is one of those things where you knew it was going to be a very big day across the nation and in Southern California. And if you look at international news, it is just a very busy time right now. I'm just thinking, Mario, as we look at the LAPD continue to move that crowd, as you say, towards 2nd Street there, they're continuing to move forward on their mission there. But it's got to be a bit intimidating to see the National Guard walk by you if you are a protester still lingering. And I'm looking at looks like some gas or some smoke in the distance there. So wondering what's happening at the very front of that scene. But again, National Guard there to defend the federal buildings. I drove by the federal building on my way here on Wilshire, and it is a bit eerie to see National Guard at all of the garage entrances. All right, Mark, can you tell us what's going on there? What are you sensing there?
Yeah, we're starting to hear the crowd pick up here. The tensions are high. You may be able to see some bottles flying here on Broadway, a little closer to 2nd South, and pushing that remaining crowd towards 3rd Street now. This is near the historic Broadway Metro Station, again at the corner of Broadway and 2nd. Many of the people we spoke to coming in from outside areas, Montebello, Hawthorne, Inglewood, those are just a few of the locations that I was talking to protesters earlier who said they traveled here, some on public transportation because they knew the area here in downtown was going to be gridlocked, and within hours it would be packed with a lot of streets being closed off, which is what we're seeing here. Now, as far as the force from LAPD, we see a lot of LA County Sheriff's deputies out here, not with the LAPD at the moment, but we've seen that activity as well as National Guard troops making their way through this area. And for the most part, those National Guard troops, they're guarding, they're securing federal property and personnel. And they've also been assisting in these ongoing raids, at least some of them. They were seen, I believe, Thursday in blocking some of the streets where one raid was happening. And as we continue to see, for the most part, police out here, I do want to show you something. Elliot Mendoza behind the camera, if he could come down here, these rubber bullets, a lot of them on the street here, these were being fired at some of the demonstrators. So I was talking to a few earlier who said they were in extreme pain because of it. Obviously, they can cause pain, these less lethal munitions. And as far as the bottles and rocks being thrown at officers, we did see a little of that. And here at this intersection, maybe about 15 minutes ago, we saw a few bottles going into the sky. We didn't see them hitting any officers, but that's definitely been a concern out here with reports that that is what these agitators have been doing. Yeah, and we're seeing more of these less lethal munitions here on the street. So the crowd appears to be following the orders. At times they go back into the street and start waving the flags, but as the skirmish lines continue to move, so does the crowd at this point. A little smaller than it was even just a short time ago, and now we've got about 50 minutes or so left before that curfew hits. But the dispersal order here in downtown LA, that's when we really saw this force of law enforcement moving in, as some of the crowd here remains downtown, being pushed again towards 3rd Street here on Broadway, Christine and Gigi.
And Mario, we're going to go to Justin O'Brien up in Skyfox, because in addition to everything else they have to deal with in downtown Los Angeles, we understand, and this actually happened earlier in downtown, there was a street takeover, Justin?
Yes, Gigi, just to give you an idea, this is where Mario's location is. This is just southwest of the Gloria Marina Grand Park. LAPD, obviously, their skirmish lines as I'm pushing down here. This is the area where Mario is, and this is where the group is being pushed. And as you said, yes, it's becoming a street takeover. Occasionally you see a smoke light up in the street there. It's actually people spinning their wheels. So this crowd is being pushed south on Broadway, and they're certainly taking over the intersections now and turning it into almost the street takeovers that we often see in Compton at nighttime, Gigi.
And Justin, earlier this afternoon, even when the protest was still peaceful as thousands of people were on the street, there was a driver in a burgundy Dodge who suddenly began doing donuts in the intersection and spin-outs, putting all of those people in danger. LAPD moved quickly. I believe he or she was detained, but those were the reports coming from the scene earlier this afternoon. So in addition to all of the chaos that we're seeing, the city is also dealing with other things. There's a Dodgers game on, which of course is great for sports fans. We have a Dodgers game, and you have this issue. And because of what's happening in downtown Los Angeles, we want to tell you there is what's called a TFR. That stands for temporary flight restriction. So we have Skyfox right there on the perimeter of downtown Los Angeles, zooming in. The crew doing an absolutely amazing job. Justin, thank you very much. We know how difficult it is, how challenging it is, being 1,500 feet above everything and being able to report with such detail what you're seeing from Skyfox. And there you see a long line of cars. We can see the flashing lights. And now reports of street takeovers as the protesters leave. Some of them leave, some of them get into their cars, but not leaving the immediate area. Justin?
Yeah, that's right. They're almost like they don't want to leave. And as I explained there, yeah, so Skyfox, we're limited by a 3-mile radius around Dodger Stadium. So that's actually putting us on the above the 10 freeway between the 110 and the 60. So we're quite a way away, but the LAPD is pushing these protesters south at this stage. They've tried to push
that are now stuck, very slowly being redirected, turned around, but there's another crowd at 4th Street. So it looks like they're not going to get out of here anytime soon. We do hear LAPD officers making some commands. It's not exactly clear where they're telling people to go, but they're stationed here, and we continue to watch. There you go. Another, that looked like fireworks. That looked like fireworks going off here at Broadway and 3rd.
And we did have reports, Mario, from the LAPD that people were using commercial fireworks. We actually saw that earlier in the week, too.
Yeah, and you continue to hear those loud noises coming from the next block here. And what police are doing is keeping a lot of the media and some of the crowd behind this skirmish line. They don't want anyone to be right in front where, between the protesters and police officers. But yeah, we just heard those fireworks from the next intersection as people are still gathering and waving flags.
To me, that's a very tense situation where you have, I'll call them members of the public there in their vehicles, caught in between a skirmish line there and officers moving forward there using those less than lethal weapons. I'm sure it's a challenge for law enforcement to get those cars moving and turned around and in an opposite direction. But with that police line moving, obviously they felt there was some kind of concern with the people that are protesting ahead of them, that they started using those less than lethal weapons there. Interesting times to see those cars there kind of, I'll say, caught up in the middle or boxed in, just because the nature of moving a bunch of cars in one direction, having them circle around and get them out of the area might take a minute.
And you see those green that appeared guns marked in green, and they're clearly marked in green to indicate less lethal. They're often used for beanbag rounds, and that is when you see that officer pointing that green gun up at a building, that indicates it is less lethal force, which was authorized at about 4:30 when those first officers reported having bottles and bricks thrown at them. There you can see in the distance those LAPD officers there on the right side of your screen. We saw them just moments ago firing Unclear if they were firing into the crowd, towards the crowd, or at what, but that indicates less lethal force, and they're clearly marked in green, so there's no mistake made.
Let's go to Justin O'Brien in Sky Fox, where we get an aerial shot here where we see some of the backup there with that traffic. Justin, from your site, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Christine, the LAPD is actually having some success here. They are pushing them south, and that traffic is slowly moving and making its way down south. This is where those fire hydrants were opened up a short time ago. It appears that the group here is heeding the advice and making their way south. Big buildings going to come into way there, but you can see the pedestrians. Here they are, still walking south. So unclear whether they're making way to a metro station or they have vehicles or what they're doing, but they're certainly getting out of that area where Mario is. But that crowd or the line of vehicles appears more to be that they're stopping for the traffic lights than it is that they're trying not to get away. So LAPD is having success here, pushing these vehicles south. Unclear where all these people are going to go once they get towards the 110 and the 10 freeway. Christina and Gigi?
Yeah, well, that is a great perspective to let us know that cars are moving, and you see the bottleneck there at the top of your screen there, where there's having to be more of a merging of vehicles there and some turning down the street there. But good to see that there is movement. Obviously, you said they're waiting for the lights to turn. Do you see police at all to the south of our screen, to the south of our picture? Obviously, the skirmish line LAPD is operating to the north there.
Yes, there's no LAPD to the south. They're actually trying to encourage everyone to go south. So I think they're trying not to impede them in any way. They are starting to 11th Street. Anyone knows that's kind of Olympic area, so that would be Broadway and Olympic. It appears that they actually are trying to make their way east there, or they are actually heading east on 11th. So this crowd has stopped going south, and they're making their way east now. Now, unsure whether that's there's ringleaders there. We've got a guy there showing off with his vehicle. So as we said before, this. Yeah, this is becoming a bit of a sideshow, a street takeover. So these weren't the people. These weren't the people that came out to do the King's Day protest today. These are people that came out to cause a bit of havoc.
Well, let us remind people who do stuff like this that the department, LAPD, has let people know that you have cameras everywhere. We are seeing things that are being posted. Wouldn't be hard to track down that car if you needed to or wanted to, I'm thinking. As we watch the scene here and the crowd on foot and the cars trying to get through and be pushed down to the south as well, we're going to talk with former LAPD officer Dennis Zine, a former LA City Councilman and reserve officer. Dennis, as you look at the aerial shot here, thank you for joining us. I know where this building is. It's by the old Herald building where Arizona State University has a building now, the Proper Hotel. What do you make of the actions of LAPD in getting that crowd away from downtown and City Hall?
Well, this is not what you would consider an orderly group of people who are demonstrating about something they believe in or don't believe in. These are agitators that want to cause problems, disruption. The man who we just saw spinning out in the street, that's reflective of the attitude that some of these people are carrying out now. So what happens is the people who are there for what they believe to be a legitimate cause, they have the right to do that legally, lawfully. And then now as we get to the curfew hour, we start to see the chaos take place because of people who are there simply to cause trouble. Their concern is only to cause trouble and to then have confrontation with the police. So we see how this is going to escalate as we get to the curfew hour, where then they will call for the unlawful assembly and they're breaking the curfew law, and the buses will come in and hopefully they'll start arresting these people who are simply there to agitate, not to have any cause except agitation and create problems for the community.
Dennis, it was a large peaceful protest at Grand Park today. Tens of thousands of people, as we knew that there would be no Kings rallies and protests across Southern California planned way ahead.
I love how she says large peaceful protests.
Does it surprise you at all that things turned?
It was large and peaceful.
This dispersal order that they were taking objects
bullshit.
At them. Did it
bullshit media bullshit.
That the nature of the protest changed?
It does not surprise me because we see this happening continuously. The people who are there for the legitimate purpose of a legitimate protest on a cause that they believe and they want to show their disdain and their concern, and it was peaceful in many areas, including the San Fernando Valley, which I was at the location on Topanga Canyon and Victory, where they had a large group, where they were protesting in a lawful manner. What we see happening now as we get closer to the curfew time downtown, we have these people who are coming in there simply to cause trouble, cause problems, and to agitate and have confrontation with the police. I hope many of them get arrested because what they're serving is a disservice to the people who are there for legitimate concern that they have, that they want to voice their objection, and they have the right to do that under the laws of our land. But these people are simply there to agitate, to cause problems, and to break the law. So we should accommodate them by bringing in the crews and arresting them and taking them down, booking them, let them go through the criminal justice system, because we have a DA who's very aggressive, and we have a U.S. attorney in this area who's very aggressive in prosecuting these people. But these are simple people who don't have a cause other than create problems. That's exactly what they're doing, and we need to respond to that appropriately with the uniformed forces that are there. We got sufficient uniformed forces. We're on a full mobilization within the Los Angeles Police Department, and we have the resources to handle it. So they will handle it appropriately, but this happens when we come to the hour of darkness as we're approaching that curfew time, which I'm glad the mayor did the curfew, because we need to clear this area out, and this is the easy way to get this done.
But Dennis, Gigi Graciette here. Thank you for joining us on Fox 11. Dennis, if they didn't disperse when they got the dispersal order, do we really have any faith that they're going to leave when the 8 p.m. hour reaches and the curfew goes into effect?
Well, then they'll be arrested. Then they'll simply be arrested, because now they're breaking the curfew, so they'll be arrested for the violation. So maybe they want to make it, we have a 35 minutes, 30 minutes left before that time, or 25 minutes. So as we come to the hour of 8 o'clock, we're just past 7:30. So we'll see what happens with it. But then the command will be, let's move in and let's start arresting these people, because they're simply there to agitate. They're not there for anything other than to create problems. And we saw the person doing donuts in the middle of the intersection. They're there to create this problem. And clearly we have sufficient resources. There's officers, so those command posts have plenty of personnel to handle it, not only with the LAPD, but the Sheriff's Department and the other allied agencies on this mobilization. We have other allied agencies that are assisting. So there's plenty of personnel there. But they bring in the buses, and that's what I said initially when this started, to arrest these people, get them out of there, let them go through the criminal justice system, and then we can bring this matter to conclusion, and hopefully we can go back to normalcy next week.
And Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman, as you mentioned, Dennis, has made it abundantly clear that he plans to prosecute anyone arrested, whether it be simply violating the curfew, failing to disperse, or some more serious charges. And Dennis, I don't know if you heard, but LA County Sheriff's Department has confirmed that at least one deputy has already been injured.
Well, I know that some LAPD officers have been injured also. Fortunately, not critical injury, but they have been injured. Now, man, these officers aren't used to this type of activity. I joined in 1968, so I've been through a lot of situations and turmoil within the city. And many of these officers, the first time they've encountered something like this. But with our department shrinking, as we see shrinking with 8,800 officers, there's officers that are going to look at this and say, do I really want to continue with this? This is not unusual. This is a very unusual occurrence. We don't see this happening very often in Los Angeles. And I hope those officers will understand this is a unusual situation. But again, since my time when I joined LAPD in 1968, I've been through many of these situations, and you get numb to it after a period of time, but you understand this is what we need to do to maintain law and order in a civilized society that we have here in the United States of America. So they will encounter this. Many of these officers, again, the first time they've encountered something like this, normally you tell someone to comply, they comply. This situation. But again, remember this afternoon, everybody was obeying. Everybody was complying. It was a wonderful, could have been a festival. And what it turned out to now is as darkness sets in, the professional agitators, and these are simply there to create problems and to agitate and to stir the pot. That's exactly what they do. And some of them want to be arrested.
That's bullshit. It's the same people. How it can be?
Well,
That's
Dennis,
stupid.
you've dated yourself.
It's the same people that were there. They're agitators. Yeah, they're at peace in the afternoon, but in the twilight, like in
Los Angeles news. So you're right. For those of us that have been there and
right before the curfew, they're animals.
We've seen this before. But you're right. There are a lot of young
It's
officers.
the same people.
This might be their very first civil unrest, their first grand large-scale protest scene. But we're watching here on this aerial shot, we've been watching the progress of the LAPD in moving that crowd down to the south. For a while there were no officers in sight in our aerial shot there from Justin and Sky Fox. And now you see officers there with that skirmish line on foot, moving those cars along. They're backed up by those cars, by the LAPD vehicles there, just really pushing that line of cars along. Dennis, I mean, you got to maybe commend the officers the way they've moved this crowd out of the downtown, heart of downtown where the protest was earlier today as that curfew nears.
Absolutely, but they have tactical plans and they practice. And we've got Metro, we've got special operations within Los Angeles Police Department. But today you'll find many of the personnel in uniform may be working plainclothes assignments, and they're in a uniform today. The detectives that are put in uniform because of the mobilization. There's tactical alert and there's mobilization. Mobilization, the highest level we go to, and it's exactly what we see. So many of these officers, maybe the first time they've experienced something like this, but they'll see the effectiveness. These folks know what to do in their practice. They train this, and they know what to do. And we've got to remember, we've got the Olympics coming to town. We've got some major events coming to Los Angeles.
Yeah, you got the World Cup.
The department needs to be prepared. And the training,
and then they can't even handle this shit. Imagine a riot happens in the World Cup.
These types of situations with all the training.
Can they handle that?
That they have to do it. But it was been a very hot day today. I know when I was out in the valley in the uniform, it's very hot. So in addition to that, you're wearing the protective equipment and you're dealing with this. So many of these officers just can't wait till they take that uniform off and jump into a nice cool shower and rest, because after this time, 12 hours on this,
these officers are pissed. They're going to fuck somebody up.
14, 15 hours. This is
that's what the crowd wants.
Experience for many of these officers.
And Dennis,
they want to be able to sue the city.
Central Division that officers are once again taking commercial grade fireworks being launched at police officers. This happening at Broadway and 3rd. You are looking live at our shot, Sky Fox above Broadway there, and you can see that skirmish line as they continue to push protesters. But we have seen all morning long reports of commercial fireworks being thrown at law enforcement.
That's
Dennis,
crazy.
Somebody who goes to a protest and says that they're there peacefully, but has a commercial grade firework in their pocket, and that sort of dispels the notion that they're there for
my
a
peace.
peaceful event.
I got a firework in my pocket.
You obviously know when they're going.
And it's happy to see you.
To an event such as this, you know they want to cause trouble. You know they want to cause trouble. They want to cause problems. And
all right, I'm back.
Very accommodating in taking them to jail and letting their district attorney, who's very aggressive, to prosecute them. And if they harm someone, they could face some very serious charges.
It's crazy.
We're
in the dark now.
They use whatever against the police. They could be charged with some very serious felonies. So they're risking some time in prison if it escalates to that. But simply, all you have to do is leave. They tell you, turn around and walk away. It's simple. They don't want to do that. They want to sit there and have a confrontation, and we have enough resources there and enough training.
Make it bigger. I want to see it bigger.
That are there with the police department. They will be more than happy to accommodate them. So it's just a matter of time. We'll get this cleaned out shortly, and those that want to remain, they'll be taken down to the.
It's almost time for the.
Police
it's almost at the hour, so let me speed it up.
People just because they're easy to take, whatever kind of profession they're in.
Eat it up.
To 4th here on Broadway, and it looks like the majority of the group.
We're about to go live. About one more minute.
But LAPD officers moved the remaining.
Then we're gonna go live.
Side of the street because people were at one point throwing objects from that condo building onto the street, and there was concern that somebody could get injured. So you all had mentioned that the businesses here along these streets in downtown, a lot of them we've seen that are boarded up, but I do want to give you a look at this one business here, Sardines Wine Bar, and you can see there are people here inside on the 2nd floor. The bar is still operating, it appears, and there are customers inside, many of them with their phones pulled out, just shocked at what they're seeing here as they've been watching this crowd be moved. A concerted effort from the LAPD moving these people from block to block to block. We were at Grand Park not too long ago where a large crowd had been forced from in front of City Hall, and we heard those flashbangs, those less lethal munitions being deployed. We did see into this business, but this is why so many of them decided to close their doors.
Where we at? We're at the. It's 8 p.m. Curfew is in effect.
Curfew
is in effect.
Many of these businesses writing on the storefront, on the boarded up storefront, Mexican owned, similar to what we saw during the George Floyd unrest, many trying to avoid the vandalism and looting by appeasing to those crowds here in downtown LA. Gigi.
I don't know if that manager is willing to talk with you any further. I sense he might have been just a little hesitant, but was just answering your questions. But I'm wondering what it means for them to have a Saturday night with no business due to a curfew, and a Friday night and a Thursday night last week.
He's pissed. He's not making any money.
The manager here, we're talking to a customer. You've been watching here. Oh, okay, you're the owner.
Oh,
what is this like here? I mean, seeing this activity, this is your business. You decided to stay open here. Walk me through that.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, earlier in the day, it was a great turnout and it was a wonderful protest. And I think now you just got a lot of rabble rousing going on and it's a little tense. It's a little tense. We want to be here for our community, but also, you know, we're at a point where it's like, okay, we want to get home and get safe too. You know, nobody really needs to be out here and stoking the fire.
And as someone who's running a business here, what's the impact been like for you? This, you know, these demonstrations started a week ago, over a week ago on Friday.
Yeah, it's not friendly for business. You know, we have to close 4 or 5 hours early. And my concern is more the impact on after this all goes away. Once this goes away, you know, the perception from the greater Los Angeles area is that downtown is a war zone and it's scary and that it's unmanageable and they don't come back for months, sometimes years. Last time we had protests like this, you know, the perception of downtown was that things weren't great here. And we need people to know that people live here, humanity exists here. And we run our businesses and we live and work and do all that stuff here. And we need people to come back to downtown.
Now, this is Sardines Wine Bar. How long have you all been in business here?
We've been here for 3 years, and we've had the cheese shop next door for 11 years now. We were,
as we, you know, are seeing some of this activity out here, your reaction moving forward. What's the plan moving forward? I mean, tomorrow, are you opening? Are you opening up?
We'll continue to open up. Yeah. We'll just, you know, the police have been doing a good job of kind of diffusing the situation a little bit. I'm sure they add a little heat to the fire as well, but you know, we're going to be here and we're going to keep open our business just like we have for the past 11 years in downtown. And
okay, we leave you there with your dog. Let's go to another story here. Leave him with his bitch there. Let's check this out over here.
Segment here, both the protests in Los Angeles, which we continue to monitor in real time, as well as the live scenes from the Middle East in Tel Aviv. We continue to watch the skies above Tel Aviv, and we continue to watch the images from the ground in Los Angeles. And by the way, we're keeping a lookout for other protests taking place around the country as well. We do know that No Kings protests are taking place in almost every single major city around the country. Let's get into some of the sights from this protest. I'm actually going to listen into the natural sound for a moment. It looks like there's a bit of activity going on. Let's watch.
She had protesters shouting them down.
Yeah, so that's a reporter's local news broadcast. Instead, let's listen into the scenes from this vantage point.
Troops cannot be used for law enforcement. And that was something that came out of the Reconstruction period, where federal troops were being used for law enforcement after the Civil War.
Let's move it up.
You know, a nuclear weapon, just one getting through the Iron Dome, could have just catastrophic effects on Israel. And Israel realizes that. That's why they can't allow Iran and this, you know, autocratic, theocratic, radicalized, radical government that constantly has basically basically said since its beginning that it's kind of at war with Israel. They can't let them get a nuclear weapon. And so that's part of the rationale, which is not fully understood, which is Israel, for them, there really is no choice. They cannot allow Iran and its regime to have a nuclear weapon because of the cataclysmic threat that poses to the existence of Israel. And so that's part of it. Now, there's not that many sites. There are sites that are directly tied to enrichment. There are sites that are tied to other things that support it. Israel's hit a number of these. Now, there is one site that has a very deep underground structure where they actually keep the centrifuges that they use in enrichment. Israel doesn't have the means to destroy the underground bunker, but what at least reports are that they have really destroyed the upper structure, taken out the power underneath so that those centrifuges can't be used, and caused massive devastation. Now, there's only so many options of what can happen next if they want to kinetically destroy that particular site, which is one of the ones they would definitely want to take offline. And, one is if U.S. B-2 bombers with these massive ordnance penetrators, MOP bombs that are carried in them, were to hit those strikes, they could cause enough damage underground to destroy those sites. Yeah, we have seen Israel and Syria prior to the collapse of the Assad regime, that they actually conducted kinetic above ground airstrikes along with drone strikes in a raid. And then they put special operations forces on the ground, and the special operations forces went into a underground Syrian underground bomb missile factory, if you want to call it that, or where they were creating missiles that they were using. And my recollection was this tied to Hezbollah. And they actually went in there and physically conducted a raid with special operations commandos to destroy that site. Now, that would be pretty spectacular if they were able to pull that off in Iran, because number one, these sites are, first off, Israel is not physically that close to Iran. There are countries in between. There's a distance to deal with. Second off, these sites aren't sitting right on the border. They're more inland. Some of them are quite far inland. So getting commandos in there to do something would be amazing. With all of that said, all reports are that Mossad and the military intelligence side of Israel conducted this massive covert infiltration of Iran, and that they actually launched drones, and they had anti-tank weapons and a variety of other things that they employed in concert with the air raids. So they literally were on the ground. There's even a report that they had what they call a secret or clandestine drone base near Tehran that they were using to take out a variety of targets, not just nuclear, but taking out leadership targets. And obviously very, very effective. It harkens back to what you saw Mossad and Israel do in Lebanon against Hezbollah, doing that. So one can only guess what clandestine capabilities Israel has within Iran and what they could do.
We've been watching images. The images on our screen are not live. This is footage of the last volley of missiles that arrived at Tel Aviv. We see the Iron Dome at
Wow,
work there,
one got through
intercepting
there.
some of them. We do see, as we've seen in previous nights, that some of them do make it through the Iron Dome. It is not a perfect system, and we have heard of casualties on the ground in Israel. Hal, another question being sent in. Topa in Baltimore asks, why did Israel strike Iran first without waiting for the outcome of the USA-Iran deal in Oman? I believe this had something to do with President Trump giving Iran a 60-day ultimatum. Do I have it right?
Yes, you do. And it really is. Actually, I just want to say that is an outstanding question, because that's been asked by a number of leaders around the world and experts, which is why this particular day. Ostensibly, it coincided with the end of when President Trump said, hey, we're going to try this initiative to try and negotiate with Iran to try and come up with some sort of diplomatic solution to this crisis, which all reports are Israel wasn't really too thrilled about. They were very resistant to. Prime Minister Netanyahu was apparently opposed to this approach. But he gave him a 60-day deadline. That 60-day deadline, the end of it, coincided with the beginning of the strike. So that's been noted by many that the 60 days was up, regardless of whether they intended to have another meeting or not. The 60-day deadline was up. President Trump had never officially extended that 60-day deadline. So that is something that they can point to and say, okay, that is exactly what it is. Then the other thing I just talked about, opening up that third enrichment facility, which shows, and also coinciding with the IAEA report saying that Iran is not being forthright or not being forthcoming and is continuing to do these enrichment things outside of the agreed upon limitations of what they can do, basically putting that international stamp on top of it. Although, with that said, it looks like the planning for this has been going on for years. Certainly the covert infiltration of Iran by Mossad, maybe others, had been a long-standing, long underway operation. Within that, although they may have just been waiting for, to set an exact date of whenever that would be activated, whenever it be used. But that was actually underway for quite some time. Then the other thing that we don't know, which is, was there something else going on? Was there intelligence that the Israelis had, which indicated, that constant thing, which is that Iran
They have
is
intelligence.
within days
They know.
of building a nuclear weapon, that if they ever decide to go that direction, they could literally put together a nuclear weapon within days. There may have been intelligence which indicated that Iran was going to do that. And then I go back to what I said about the vulnerability of the state of Israel to just one nuclear warhead getting through that system. The threat that that poses for Israel. Iran getting a nuclear weapon has a certain existential quality to it, and they just simply have to go with the sort of maximum sort of approach, which is they have to take them out. They have to, in this case, they said it was a preemptive strike. By the way, not the first time Israel's done something pretty spectacular on a battlefield with a preemptive strike, I might point out, that they went in there preemptively to take out that capability. And also they took out a lot of the leadership. And I want to point out, whereas generally speaking, the reports are that kind of the Iranian people, if you will, are rallying around the flag that now they're under attack. The regime is a very unpopular regime. Over 80% of the population does not like the regime. They'd like to get rid of the regime. They've had multiple attempts on the streets of trying to oust the regime, not successfully, but they've tried to do so. So there might be some other stuff in play behind the scenes that we haven't seen quite exhibit itself yet. But I would be surprised if the Israelis haven't tried to figure out some way that they can coalesce that deep hatred of Khomeini and his regime in concert with everything else going on.
And Jason from New Albany asks something in that vein. Will Israel cease operations for anything less than a regime change, Hal?
I don't know. Possibly. It would have to be something with really strong guarantees, sort of absolute guarantees that Iran would never be able to make a nuclear bomb, which, by the way, that particular Israeli condition mirrors up completely with the U.S. position, which is Iran cannot develop a nuclear weapon. And I think the European states they all nodded agreement. Yes, Iran cannot develop a nuclear weapon. Now, they may disagree on the best way to implement that, the best way to come about with that solution. But I don't think anyone out there thinks that Iran should have a nuclear weapon, that would be very dangerous, that it would be very unstable for the entire region. If that were to happen, other countries in the region, such as Saudi Arabia, and I can think of a couple of others, would probably turn around and say, well, if Iran's got a nuclear weapon, we have to have a nuclear weapon. Next thing you know, you got a Middle East full of countries with nuclear weapons. And certainly if you saw if you look back at the number of regime changes that took place over the last decade and a half throughout the Middle East, you'd probably think that that's not a good thing, that these governments are not that stable, that nuclear weapons could fall into some particularly dangerous hands. You got to remember the Assad regime, which had been in place for decades and decades and decades, fell rather quickly. And
all right, so let's pause them here and let's check out the craziness Let's see what's going on over here.
A lot of folks, as Reed, the downtown business owner, put it, a lot of rabble-rousers, agitators, started causing some trouble, unfortunately, facing off with police. We have heard that one Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy, who's also on the scene there in downtown, was injured.
The station likes to freaking gaslight the
We're
people.
also trying to get an update from the city of Los Angeles. We understand that LA City Mayor Karen Bass will be joining us live here on Fox 11 as we continue our coverage on the No Kings protest. It was peaceful all day long, as Reed, that business owner, attested to. We had Fox 11's Mary on the street. And
They're peaceful now.
Recording a video, Christine.
It's always peaceful.
Saying into the
I
camera,
hate that
things
word.
are so peaceful. You know, she'd been there for
It's
hours.
peaceful.
She'd been chatting with immigrants from all
Peaceful.
over the world.
Oh, it's peaceful. How about now? They're past the curfew.
Chaos broke loose, and it was peaceful no
So
longer.
now it's chaos. So the chaos just broke loose during the peacefulness. Does that make any sense? Help me make that make sense.
Whether you agree with it or you don't
I don't get
agree
it.
with it,
I don't get
the
it.
First Amendment guarantees the
I don't get it.
freedom of expression.
How can a peacefulness then turn to chaos? So was it chaos in disguise of peacefulness? I think so, because it's the same people that were very peaceful, right? It's the same people that are acting crazy. So that's not peaceful.
In the downtown LA area,
This is stupid. This is stupid. Waste of taxpayer money, waste of government money. All these immigrants need to go back home. All the illegal ones need to go back to their country. This is crazy.
And I would say LAPD much more ready for this curfew as they were last night, sending a very strong message last night with the arrests, with that white LAPD bus, with people being detained, put into that bus. We are looking at a location here. We have cameras at a couple of locations there downtown. And these, you might say, are the stragglers on a Saturday night, because there were tens of thousands of people, as you might imagine, a massive turnout for the Dayside protest, the No Kings protest. They were happening around the country. They're happening in several locations. But downtown, a big area.
That's right. And No Kings protests across the country. There were 2,000 scheduled protests throughout the United States, coast to coast. Here in Los Angeles County, at least 40 were programmed, but they ranged and they were held up and down the state. San Diego police putting out a message on X earlier today, thanking the community of San Diego for peacefully protesting, saying there had been no arrests,
Peacefully.
there had been no problems
Oh
there.
man,
But
this is a fucking clown
here in
show.
Los Angeles, the situation
That's what they
changed.
forced them to say.
4:30 this
That's what their little government there, they telling them what to say, telling them, yes, it's peaceful, it's peaceful.
And we had hoped to bring
You know,
a story at 10 o'clock of a peaceful demonstration.
but we're gonna see how peaceful. How many times she said
The
peaceful?
message they were trying to convey today on the streets of Los Angeles. We had cameras all over because there were protests all over. Van Nuys, Santa Monica, Pasadena, Ventura County.
How many times she's
Santa
gonna say
Barbara,
peaceful?
Riverside, San Bernardino saw protests all over. But at 4:30, things changed. And that's when we started to hear officer needs help calls. Officers saying they were coming under attack by a group of protesters on an overpass near Alameda. And that is when that dispersal order was issued. Not everybody left. A lot of people did. There were reported up to 20,000 people on the streets of downtown Los Angeles earlier. So relatively, this is a much smaller crowd that is causing these issues. We've seen them throw things at police. Police have reported commercial fireworks being used. We saw that. We also saw that in Santa Ana during the week. Fireworks being lobbed towards law enforcement officials there, of course, Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Santa Ana Police Department. But a lot of folks came out with fireworks, and we're being told they are the commercial grade. Pepper balls were launched, trying to get the crowd to disperse. Those foam projectiles, known commonly as rubber bullets, were also shot. And we do have one confirmed report of a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy that has been injured. You are looking live. And let's bring in now
It's a
Hunter
live?
Dunn. He is
No,
one
I
of the
can live it up.
coordinators of the
interpretation. I can think of plenty other
There we go. This is
strategies
live.
too that would be harsher and in some cases more
So
accurate.
I'm gonna get off of here because I gotta lay down. I feel a little dizzy.
Past week, it made
So
more directly into
I'll leave it on until midnight,
Trump was enacting his
and then
tyrannical power, which was
I'll end the show. But I'm stop filming here for me. I wish everybody a good morning, good afternoon, and good night, and definitely catch you on the flip side. And yeah, what hell of a day, right? We had Israel and Iran exchanging weapons, exchanging blows, and we had Trump's birthday. We had the 250th anniversary of the Army, which awesome. That's so cool. And
painful for anybody to hear about that.
yeah, it's a very special day. And then you had the lawmakers freaking got killed, which is crazy. I think, is there any update on that? Hold on, let me see if there's an update on that. Before I leave, I want to see if there's an update on that. Give me 1 second. I apologize. Let's see if there's an update on it. Let's just leave it here. Let's leave it right here. Let's see if they give an update. Then once they give the update, after the update, I'll switch it over to the craziness in LA, and then I'll end the show at midnight, but I'm going to be off the camera. But let's see this one first, and then I'll see it with you guys, and after that, we're going back to the LA shit, and then end the night at midnight.
It fell rather quickly to a coalition that was headed up by a former Al-Qaeda operative. And you can imagine if they had taken over that and then also fallen into holding a nuclear weapon. And these are the sort of things that strategic planners everywhere, but particularly in the Middle East, look at, which is they look at the possible cascading effects and stuff. So Israel will definitely want something that guarantees that that sort of existential threat to the state of Israel is completely off the table in terms of everything going forward.
Are Iran and Israel at war right now? My understanding is that an official declaration of war hasn't happened, but does it matter? Does it need to happen?
Another great question. That's another one's been answered. Are they at war? All right. Is there a formal declaration that came out of the Knesset? I haven't seen that. I don't think you have to have a Knesset declaration for that. But I will tell you this, Khomeini, first off, as a standing thing, I don't know if Iran has said they're never not at war with Israel. They've been saying that for decades. There's a constant, rhetorically speaking, they kind of see this as the eternal flame of conflict with Israel. All right. But Khomeini did come out after this happened and basically, at least the way I interpreted what he was saying, I was like, if that's not a declaration of war, someone's going to have to explain to me what he just said. It looked pretty much like he was saying they were at war. So as far as I can tell, they're at war. All right. Now, it may not have all the legal nuances of the legislative bodies of each country, passing a resolution declaring a state of war. But I would point out that the U.S. hasn't had something like that since World War II. So, and we've certainly had a number of wars since then. So, yeah, I would say, yeah, they're very much at war. There's no ambiguity that I can see, certainly de facto on the ground, and certainly from the executive side of each country, they appear to be very much on the war, in a war status. Whether their respective legislative assemblies, actually declare a state of war or declare a war of some sort, that could happen. But then again, I'm not sure how long this particular level of back and forth between Iran and Israel is going to continue. It really depends on what happens out of this, and I do not discount something that someone might call a strategic surprise, or I think business would call it a black swan event. Where you see something that's just not expected. That there could be something happen within Iran where some other leadership or one or more other key leadership positions are eliminated, so to speak. So there's a lot of things that could happen. There's a lot of potentials. And I think with the amount of planning, preparation, just, I'm going to just say from a military standpoint, superb execution of what Israel has done in Iran, that they wouldn't have some other things in store, and they wouldn't be protecting whatever those other things in store are to make sure that nobody has any idea what that will be.
One more question before we go. Tommy in Chicago asks, and this is a question I get. It's probably the most common question I get from viewers. A lot of people think World War III is starting. Is it true? And I'll add something onto this, Hal. What separates what we're seeing right now between Israel and Iran? What separates that situation versus what a world war situation would look like? What separates the two?
I think really is the number of folks involved. Look, there's nobody from the Western Hemisphere involved in this. Russia isn't involved in this. In fact, Russia, if anything, has basically found himself in a rather strategic predicament, which is Iran is their ally, and there's not a darn thing they can do for them. Iran has also had a fairly close relationship with China. There's nothing that China can do for them, and Iran is probably feeling strategically very alone at this point. So you're seeing, Europe's not involved with this. China, Asia's not involved with this. Russia's not involved with this. Right now, for the most part, it's simply between Israel and Iran. Iran has threatened to attack other countries in the region. They've threatened to attack the U.S. bases over there, and that's why we pull all of our personnel out of those U.S. bases over there. They threatened to attack other countries that have been providing air defense support. Reportedly, or at least there are reports that Jordanian air defense was used to take out some of the drones, maybe some of the ballistic missiles, I don't know, but definitely some of the drones. And they have not attacked these other countries. So I'm just not seeing what I would consider World War III. And when that I do these nationwide webinars and one we do over and over again is we talk about conflicts, but we talk about a world of wars as opposed to a world war, which means there's a number of conflicts around the world, but there's not one big conflict. It's not one world war. So I don't see this as the start of World War III. Now things could change. What was the start of World War II? Historians kind of debate that as well. As when was the actual start? From a U.S. perspective, we would say, well, December 7th, 1941, when the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. I can tell you from a French, British, or probably a Czech perspective or a Spanish perspective, would be very different. Certainly, if I was in Manchuria, I would have a very different start date for World War II. So it really just depends on when you pick the actual start date. But certainly, there is a lot of conflicts going on throughout the world. And this one in the Middle East just ramped up tremendously, well beyond what it was before. But we'll see how long this intensity of conflict lasts.
Hal is the host of the Strat podcast. What's coming up on Strat, by the way?
Well, we'll be talking about Iran. That's going to be a big discussion, and we're probably going to be making a few allusions to what's happening within the United States, like what we just discussed with Los Angeles as well.
Hal, as always, can't thank you enough for coming on and being generous with your time. We will talk soon.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
So while we've been talking to Hal about the Middle East, we've still been watching images like this in Los Angeles. Live vantage point. In fact, let's turn the audio up. I'm curious if we can hear anything.
We're 8 minutes.
Yeah, we're still hearing some of the reports there. The reporters that are on scene. I think we have another vantage point where we might be able to... So presumably those are those less than lethal rounds. Police are working with, it seems, moving this crowd of people further down the road. We don't have an exact locator on this, but we do know that we've been seeing the majority of the activity in downtown LA. Let's listen for a bit longer. We'll continue to monitor Los Angeles closely. That is the only protest that we're getting into the newsroom right now. All day, we've been getting live vantage points of protests from across the country. LA is the lone vantage point I have in front of my eyes at this point. Live look at the White House, where it's about 10:55 in the nation's capital, 7:55 out west. Let's take a break. Our coverage continuing in a moment.
Protests themselves, I think that we've done a remarkable job of getting anywhere from, as has been reported, between 5 and 11 million people out on the streets across the country and even more around the world, united in solidarity against authoritarian actions taken by the government, against executive overreach, but more importantly, in community with each other. That is beautiful. And it is horrifying and disgusting the way that someone in Salt Lake City tried to destroy that. And in the same way that in this morning, someone attacked 2 political officials, again, apparently in reaction to the protests.
That's right. Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall said that, we deserve to feel safe, especially when exercising our First Amendment rights. Salt Lake police reporting they did take the suspected shooter into custody. Unfortunately, the person who was shot does have life-threatening injuries, so that's always disturbing to hear as people take peacefully to the streets that someone would show up with a gun and shoot someone else. Of course, the shooting is still under investigation, but it did happen at the protest, as Hunter just mentioned. The message, Hunter, because the message may have gotten hijacked temporarily. We had people on the ground. They were speaking to the protesters. They heard their messages. They heard their stories. What is the message you hope that people take from today's day of national protest?
That the American people will not be silenced, and that we will stand up together against the forces trying to destroy our communities.
Hunter Dunn, thank you very much. The Los Angeles No Kings Day of Protest coordinator. Thank you for joining us. And we are looking live right now from Sky Fox. This is in Van Nuys, where earlier this morning there was also a protest from Panorama City to the federal building in Van Nuys, but where several protesters still remain. And now we're seeing this for the first time. We're seeing protesters take to the intersection. Obviously, on Van Nuys Boulevard, there is a green light. You see the traffic moving back and forth, obviously stressful, extremely dangerous for protesters, for drivers alike. This is Victory Boulevard and Van Nuys Boulevard, right there in the heart of Van Nuys, just about a mile or so away from the federal building and LAPD Van Nuys headquarters. LAPD is aware of what's happening. They're keeping a close eye on what's occurring here, but this is the first time that we're seeing a small group of protesters. Some of them are on bicycles, you see there, with flags. There's somebody with an American flag taken to the intersection. And now travel eastbound on Victory has the green light, and they're having to go around the protesters. So this is something you don't want to see. And we know the LAPD is monitoring this closely, and we would expect to see some officers arriving here shortly, if only to get those protesters to the safety of the sidewalk and not allow them to be in the middle of the street. It's dangerous for them. It's dangerous for everybody.
It's a reminder that there have been protests in many parts of Southern California today. Obviously, the big one we've been following has been in the downtown LA area. This being Van Nuys, not surprising to see on Saturday night protests pick up or start elsewhere. They were scheduled for various times throughout Southern California. But the people in the street, that is concerning because that is dangerous. That is where cars are driving, and you don't want somebody to get hurt or hit. You have people who are watching across the nation who might support, should support peaceful protest, but blocking traffic, that's not part of it. Being in this middle of the street, that's not part of it. Right now, we're watching a fairly small crowd there in Van Nuys, but they seem to be quite vocal and exercising their right to speak out. But in the middle of the road there, where somebody could get hit or hurt or an accident happen, that is a little more concerning, even though it's a small group right now.
That's right. Van Nuys and Victory Boulevard. Van Nuys Boulevard has been the scene of protests all day long, starting early this morning. But again, this is the first time that we're seeing protesters take to the middle of the street. We know that LAPD is keeping a close eye. Now we see a car going, oh no, it's trying to make a right turn, but you have people in the middle of the intersection, and you have people also in the crosswalk. And now the green light is obviously on Victory. And you still have those people in the middle of the street there. And traffic is very heavy on Victory and Van Nuys Boulevard. At any hour, it's usually very busy.
And then you think of a Saturday night where not everybody in LA went to the protest. Just making my way here, I was thinking of all the people who were going about their day in whatever fashion. Some were wanting to watch the parade celebrating the Army's birthday on television. President Trump did speak as well. So you have that counter picture of what happened in Washington, D.C. with the counter picture of the No Kings protests across the nation. This is a Saturday night in the Van Nuys area, very far from downtown LA for people who don't know the area. Van Nuys is in the valley, as we say. It is north of the 134 freeway. It is near the 405 freeway. We're downtown, obviously, near very different freeways. There is no curfew in this area like there is in that 1 square mile area of the downtown LA area. I'm thinking of motorists who may not want to be a part of this or get caught up in this. This is an area then to avoid, the Van Nuys area. Van Nuys and Victory. It can be alarming to get caught up in people in the street. It can feel alarming to not know where to go or not want to hit somebody. But there you have a crowd there who feels that they want to make their voices heard in the middle of the street. You have that white car. I don't know if they're able to make a left. They're trying to make a left. Their cars are trying to navigate around the people there.
And I understand that LAPD may be on the way there now. They're also monitoring the situation. I wanted to see if we could go to our other camera right now, the one that I believe is on second, where I understand arrests are being made right now. Do we have that other camera up that we can take a look? This is our other camera. We're just sort of moving around to get a better shot, but we understand that on second, arrests were now being made and people were seen being taken into custody. But that camera, I'm not sure if that's this camera or we do see the flashing lights of police officers. Mario Ramirez is on his way to LAPD headquarters right now for an official update, hopefully from the chief of police, Jim McDonnell. And you're looking live. This is downtown Los Angeles, and we understand that some people were being taken into custody. And we will get the numbers of people arrested. Hundreds have now been arrested during this 8 days of protest. Today's the 8th day, and we expect the numbers to be significantly higher tomorrow. The curfew did work for a while. It's not working apparently tonight.
It may be. It may be. Yeah. LAPD was able to push the crowd out of the direct downtown LA area. We're going to talk to Mayor Karen Bass in just moments, but Gigi, what are you pointing out there?
This is Little Tokyo, and that is the bank, actually, I believe, that was closed yesterday. These are the boarded up businesses that you were seeing in downtown Los Angeles. That yesterday we walked all of Little Tokyo, and businesses boarded up and closed. Now, I don't know if do we have the mayor on the line already?
We do. Mayor Karen Bass, thank you so much for joining us. Christine Devine here with Gigi Graciette on a Saturday night. As you're watching live what's happening in downtown LA right now, the curfew on for about 30 minutes, where does the city stand tonight?
Well, I think the city stands enforcing the curfew. Overall, today was peaceful, considering how many protests took place. There were about 15 different protests all around the city. And of course, we were most concerned about the protests downtown. There were some difficulties there, but we are hopeful that we will be able to quickly get people to disperse without a lot of arrests for unlawful assembly or curfew violations. Over the last couple of days, that's where we have been. The number of arrests have dropped considerably. But of course, you know, this protest was one that was planned for months. That really was not about ICE. It was more about the military parade and the overreach of the administration. But then, of course, when the raids happened, then that expanded the view of the reason for the protest. But I'm sure it also contributed to thousands more people being in the streets that would have been.
Now, Mayor, obviously the city, the LAPD was prepared for the worst, but you specifically asked for peace, and you specifically asked that people not be violent because it would just feed into the rhetoric that's coming, that people, this perception that they have. President Trump said if it wasn't for him and if it wasn't for the National Guard, we would all be burning down right now. And you asked them not to be violent, not to feed into the rhetoric. This has to be disheartening.
Well, no, I mean, look, the way, especially if you view how the president characterized the city, you know good and well, especially when it comes to the downtown area, that this is a small slice of Los Angeles that is 500 square miles. So, of course, I'm always disappointed in any act of violence, but things are not in chaos, and the National Guard is not participating in the way that the president has described. He's acting as though the National Guard saved the day. I think, first of all, LAPD, the sheriffs, and the surrounding police departments were there, handled things. They are continuing to handle things, and the federalized National Guard is not needed.
Where do we go from here? So that the national protests, as you mentioned, were well planned in advance, happened today. We know Homeland Security is still doing operations, ICE still doing operations, National Guard is still here. We saw some walking by in one of our shots. This is not over for the city of LA, for the greater LA area.
No, it's not over. And frankly, I don't think it will be over until it's clear when the federal government will stop the raids. One of the things that has been most challenging about what is going on is that we've been operating by rumor, in the sense that there's all these sightings of the military, all these sightings of the National Guard. And because we don't exactly know, because there hasn't been the communication, it's created a sense of insecurity and uncertainty. But I will tell you that today, I was in the helicopter for quite a while. I went to every site that had been listed as a site of protest. And I mentioned there were 15 of those locations. And every single one of them was completely peaceful. In some cases, the protest had ended by the time I flew over. And as I was flying over, LA, the downtown LA, was getting a little, we were concerned about where that was going. And that's when the police had the horses and moved the crowd back. But it seems as though it is under control now. It's early, it's only 8:30. So we have a lot more to go tonight, but I am hoping that people will be peaceful and that we will not have a lot of arrests. We only had 19 yesterday.
And Mayor, what is your message? You mentioned that you know, and we know because we live here, that this is contained to an extremely small area in downtown Los Angeles. But people who don't live here, that feed into the national rhetoric that they're hearing, don't necessarily know that. What is your message tonight?
Well, my message to them is to clarify what exactly is happening in LA. And I appreciate your network for joining in, because you talk about something that's discouraging. It's when networks essentially cover something that is completely false and show tapes over and over again of stuff that had happened days before. So my message to LA has been consistent. It's to be peaceful. It's if you actually care about immigrants, you are not going to be violent. And if you are violent, then we know that you're just being violent. It is not on behalf of any cause. And we will deal with you. You will be held accountable. But if you look at the tens of thousands of people that were downtown in LA today in that protest, it was overwhelmingly peaceful. And I just hope the stragglers that have not gone home will remain peaceful, will leave the area, or will understand that they will be arrested and they will be held accountable.
All right, Mayor Karen Bass, I know we have limited time with you, so we'll say thank you for coming on with us here on a Saturday night as Fox 11 continues to monitor Southern California. We appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. We know that it's been limited to a small area. What are we looking at? Oh,
that is the lawmaker in Minnesota who was killed today. We know, Gigi, our day started out in a very tragic way as we learned of a lawmaker and her husband who were killed. Another lawmaker and his wife were shot beforehand. A manhunt has been underway for this gunman who was dressed in a police uniform with a police vehicle, and they are looking for that man.
That right. That manhunt continues in Minnesota. The suspect has been identified as Vance Bolter. He is accused of shooting and killing State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, and also shooting State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. They were both shot. They survived. They were out of surgery, but still in critical condition. Police say that the killer had a hit list with him with nearly 70 names of other Democrat politicians.
We understand that
peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint.
So we understand that Minnesota State Senator John Hortman and his wife, they were also shot multiple times. This happening at the homes of these lawmakers. Well, they're out of surgery. They're expected to survive. Again, we talked about that suspect, Vance Bolter. He was reportedly seen on a home surveillance camera posing as a police officer. We should note the FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for his capture.
And in other news, a rainy day and a relatively sparse crowd greeted President Trump's military parade in Washington, D.C. today. It was the largest military parade in decades, held to mark the Army's 250th birthday, which coincided with Trump's 79th birthday.
Today, we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world, with the creation of America's Army on June 14th, 1775.
And the president spoke praising the Army during the parade as more than 6,000 soldiers marched by. And we return to our continuing coverage of the protests in downtown Los Angeles, primarily peaceful. That is important to stress, as tens of thousands of people took to the streets here in the Los Angeles area this morning, starting very early, but at 4:30 this afternoon, things did deteriorate when LAPD officers reported that they were being pelted with rocks, bottles, and bricks from an overpass. A dispersal order was issued. Some protesters did not want to leave, and then things just turned chaotic. Several arrests, we understand, have been made.
And noting right here, it is now dark out. You can see the posture there of the LAPD officers. Very calm, very peaceful, not a protester in sight with our shot here. Reminder that curfew is in place. LAPD with that huge show of officers on the ground and with their vehicles. They were able to push that crowd back from Grand Park with that curfew in place, that dispersal order in place. You can see in our shot right here, very calm in this spot in downtown LA.
And tens of thousands of demonstrators did take to the street early this morning, calling out what they say are dangerous power grabs by President Trump.
Fox 11's Gina Silva reports from downtown LA.
Thousands of people packed the streets of downtown LA.
Stop terrorizing our families!
To take part in a nationwide protest called No Kings, all aimed at pushing back against President Trump's policies and what they see as growing authoritarianism.
What's going on is a joke in Washington right now. The man is blatantly trying to take over our country. It's an authoritarian takeover.
After the scapegoating of the supposed bad guys, after stealing our money, our tax money for bull, excuse my French, the next step is tyranny.
From the steps of City Hall, law enforcement kept a close eye on the crowd, watching for any signs of trouble. With every chant, every sign, people out here are hoping their messages get through.
I'm a daughter of immigrants, and I'm proud of my parents and their sacrifice and what they did to give me a better life. And I know thousands of others just like me are here protesting and speaking up for their parents, and that's what I'm doing.
You know, if we're not speaking up, we're complicit, and we have to make our voices heard.
For many like Adam, seeing members of their community taken by ICE is exactly why they're out here protesting.
Seeing families being torn apart, it's not right. You know, it shouldn't be happening in this country. These people helped build this nation, and it hurts me inside to see it.
Stop the raids!
It's terrible. It's terrible. It really makes me feel sick. It's depressing. You know, how can I put it? It's just something that shouldn't be happening at all.
Outside City Hall, this demonstration received a lot of attention. Russian activists with a bold message.
I am an activist from Russia. I spent 2 years in jail because I was there under a political criminal case for a peaceful protest, and it started to feel a lot like that.
It's very powerful. I'm kind of shaking inside because I fear that's what we're moving towards. And I'm born and raised here. I am the granddaughter of Mexican immigrants. I'm scared, but I won't be scared into silence.
Protesters say this is just the beginning. They promise to keep demonstrating until their voices are heard. Reporting from downtown LA, I'm Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
And similar demonstrations took place nationwide today in cities like New York, Chicago, Atlanta, and Philadelphia.
Back here at home, we take you to Culver City today for more protests as well. You can see the crowds there took over an entire street there in Culver City. And now another vantage point of the No Kings protest, also Culver City there. About 1,000 people taking to the streets in that area.
And Fox 11's Stu Mandel was overhead in Sky Fox, and he gave us this report.
Sky Fox, it's the No Kings Day, and we're not over downtown Los Angeles. We're over downtown Culver City. That's going to be Culver City Hall right there. You can see the crowds out here. Same protest, different location. Now, this is going to be in the Culver City area. You can see this one taking over. This is going to be Culver Boulevard in the downtown Culver City area. Now, the crowds may be a little less out here. The message is the same. They've got a big crowd, and they are basically taking over the street out here. Still very peaceful this afternoon, but you can see that this is another protest in Los Angeles, but this one in the Culver City area. I'm Stu in Skyvox, sending it back to y'all.
Join Mario Ramirez live at LAPD headquarters, where I believe he's with Chief McDonald. Mario?
Yeah, Gigi, that's right. Chief Jim McDonald joining me now to give us an update really on how this has all been playing out. Thanks for joining us here on such a busy night. Can you walk us through how this played out? We know there was large crowds here early in the afternoon, early in the morning, and it was peaceful and things took a turn.
Yeah, it was. It's a real shame because the day started out very peaceful. We had about 30,000 people here expressing their feelings and exercising their First Amendment rights. Our job is to protect that, and we did that very well. And then about mid-afternoon or a little bit later, we started to see some of the folks come out, the agitators that come in. Many of them come in from out of town, very sophisticated as far as having two-way radios and strategies to be able to move the crowd around, divert police from one place to another. Well practiced in this kind of event. And things change. Officers and deputies started taking rocks and bottles over here by the LA Mall. And at that point, when it became violent and endangered people in the environment, peaceful protesters and others who were there, officers declared an unlawful assembly. Gave sufficient time for everybody to leave, declared it a couple of times, and ultimately then had to deploy gas to be able to clear the street. That was effective along with some crowd management, crowd control techniques, and they were able to clear that area. And it's been kind of a cat and mouse game since then. Now we have curfew, so that's a tool that is very helpful to us. Anybody out who doesn't have a reason to be in the area between now 8 o'clock and 6 in the morning is subject to arrest, and they will be arrested if they're here causing trouble.
And we did see some of that activity. We saw fireworks being thrown, commercial-grade fireworks at officers, rocks and bottles, even some thrown from apartment buildings up above onto the ground. What's the threshold for the dispersal orders and making that call to clear people out?
You know, when it's clear that things become of sufficient magnitude that people are going to get hurt in the environment, either people who are there or officers who are there, then out of a responsibility to be able to maintain public safety, we declare an unlawful assembly. And again, we give people ample time to leave the area, make repeated dispersal orders, make sure everybody hears it, and then at that point, they're subject to arrest.
And what's your message to the city as the curfew is now in place? We know some people are still out here on the streets, very few for what we've seen compared to even a little hour or two ago, a short time ago.
Yeah, the crowd has decreased. I'd say we had the last estimate I heard was between 1,000 and 2,000 people still out, but splintered all over the downtown area. No major groups like we saw earlier in the day, and I think the curfew will take care of many of those folks moving out of the area. And so my ask is, this is our city. This is the most beautiful city, I believe, maybe one of them in the world. And we're better than that to allow this kind of thing to happen here, to not police each other with our behavior, where we come and damage the downtown area in such a way where the eyes of the world are on us. And we have some great events coming our way in the next couple of years. Let's step it up and do the right thing. We all have a responsibility to live in a great community.
And Chief, earlier we saw National Guard troops, a few dozen walking past the crowds here. We didn't see them engaging, taking anyone into custody, not even really on the lines, the skirmish lines with police. What's that protocol like? Who handles what with the National Guard?
No, great question. And I've heard a lot of different accounts from different people on TV. But the reality is they have a mission separate from ours. The National Guard and the Marines then embedded together. And their job is to protect federal employees, federal facilities, and federal functions, not to do what we do in the city of Los Angeles, which is to protect public safety in our communities. So two different missions, two different silos, if you will. We're not working with them on immigration enforcement in any way, and they're not working with us on crowd control in the city streets.
Now, again, as that curfew went into place at 8 o'clock, we're getting closer to the 9 o'clock hour. What's the plan moving into tonight? How many officers are out here on the streets, and what are we looking for?
Yeah, there's a lot of officers out here on the streets. I wouldn't give a number. That wouldn't be probably prudent, but our folks are out here deployed very heavily. We still have mutual aid resources with us, primarily the CHP and the LA County Sheriff's Department. We work very close together. We have a unified command where we have people from a whole variety of organizations, and they weigh in on whatever it is they can do to be helpful in taking care of business and making sure that the community is safe for everybody.
I know you're still collecting information. Any update on arrests that you've made so far today? I know there have been hundreds since these demonstrations started over a week ago.
Yeah, much less today, and I don't have a final count on it, but we've seen a couple of days there where we had in excess of 200 arrests a day, and that has gone down dramatically, I think, in large part due to the curfew. And so as we continue, our hope is not to have to make arrests, that people will comply and leave the area and make sure that things are safe. But for those who want to stay, want to cause trouble, we're going to find them and we're going to arrest them, and they will be held accountable. And for many of the people who think they've gotten away with a lot of the violence that's been done, there are cameras everywhere, and we will scour those to be able to find the people who hurt other people, assaulted officers in particular.
I know there's been at least one report of a sheriff's deputy being injured. Any of your officers injured?
Oh, yeah, we've had, I believe, the latest 10 officers injured to some degree. But I'll tell you, we've had people drive into them in the crowd. We've had people have Molotov cocktails are being used. We've had commercial grade fireworks being shot at them, hit in the face with rocks and bottles. And, you know, they get treated medically and get back out in the field and get into the mix again. The spirit is great. You know, I have so much admiration for our folks, the restraint that they've shown out there since we've been out here, and just their willingness to be able to put themselves in harm's way to protect the community. Really impressed.
You have a long history in law enforcement, but you've been in this position. You're fairly new as the police chief here. How does that play into your approach here?
You know, I grew up in this organization. I spent 29 years here, my first trip, and then went to Long Beach PD for 5, was sheriff for 4, and you know, consulting and working at USC at a think tank on public safety issues. And to be able to be back in the environment that meant so much to me, was so much a part of who I am, I feel blessed and honored.
And lastly, your message to the demonstrators who feel that maybe they're being pushed off the streets unjustly. They want to be out here. They're calling for free speech and say, you know, they deserve to be out here. I know there's a curfew, but many of them feel that they're being pushed back up before they should be.
Yeah. No, curfew is not declared unless things are of sufficient seriousness that it's not to the benefit of the overall community to allow people to be out after 8 o'clock, hours of darkness.
There have been multiple strikes by Iran across Israel, from Tel Aviv to Haifa. The Iranians saying they fired drones and in the region of 100 missiles at Israel. There are reports of damage in residential areas.
So we heard the sirens, the air raid sirens there in Tel Aviv. And now the IDF is saying they've identified this new launch of missiles from Iran toward Israel. The IDF going on to say it has finished a set of strikes in Tehran on infrastructure sites of the Iranian nuclear weapons project and fuel tankers. And now we are seeing retaliatory strikes once again. We had a feeling, Steve, you and I were talking yesterday when this was happening in the night. Here we go again.
Yep. What we're seeing here, Kira, is you're seeing inbound ballistic missiles coming into the Tel Aviv area as the interceptors, the Iron Dome, the David Sling, the Arrow, various altitudes are going up to intercept these missiles. So you'll see the flash where they actually intercept the Iranian missiles. Sometimes they'll actually get through.
Gang, we've got to start in the Middle East. People are saying World War III is upon us. I think that's a bit of hyperbole, James.
I think it's a lot of hyperbole, but we have seen in the last 48, 72 hours, of course, this real conflict kick off now between Iran and Israel.
Some of the impacts that we've seen in Tel Aviv were perhaps the missile was nicked, but it didn't destroy the warhead. So some of the casualties we've seen, apparently one of these missiles landed in an city neighborhood in Israel tonight and caused some casualties. But this is what it looks like. This is the future. This is missile on missile, high technology, the ability to defend a country. This is what President Trump hopes for with the Golden Dome idea. Obviously, Israel is much smaller. The challenge is much greater for the United States, but this kind of capability is extraordinary. So we think night before last and last night, we saw about 100, 150 missiles that were incoming. Probably about 10 of them got through. So pretty extraordinary to be able to have only a 10% rate, but it's obviously going to have an effect. We also saw some pictures earlier of essentially the Israelis taking the gloves off, as Ty and I were talking about. The Israelis have hit infrastructure, oil infrastructure. We're seeing oil depots within Tehran burning, massive fires. They've hit gas fields and gas processing fields. So this is escalating very quickly, because if it goes to the point where you're going to have the Iranians targeting civilian areas where the Israelis are going to go after the critical infrastructure, the oil, the gas, the lifeblood of the Iranian economy, this war is ramping up quite quickly. We've also seen one last very important point is that the Israelis have said that Ayatollah Khomeini is not out of bounds. So they may now be going after leadership, but very quickly escalating here in the past couple of hours.
All right, on that note, I'm going to read to you more we're getting from the IDF now. The IDF saying it's completed an extensive series of strikes in Tehran on infrastructure sites of the Iranian nuclear weapons project and fuel tankers. And you and I, matter of fact, while the parade was going on, the Army parade here in the nation's capital, you were actually going through your phone and seeing the video of those strikes. And we had a feeling we were going to be having this conversation this evening about Israel going after oil and gas, which could be absolutely detrimental. It started with nuclear facility strikes. If we start moving into to fuel and oil, this changes the game, right?
Yeah. The Israelis are trying to make the Iranian people feel the pain here. So the strikes earlier in the day, the strikes that we saw that were on the gas field, that gas was for just basically for domestic use. It's not what the Iranians export. What they export on the oil and gas, about 1.82 billion barrels per day. Almost all of that goes to China. So the real threat here is, does that get taken off the market? Does it jack up oil prices? Do we see a spike in oil prices if the Israelis go after some of the energy infrastructure that is involved in exporting oil and gas offshore?
Looks like here that basically all of central Israel right now, the IDF is putting out this post, millions of Israelis currently running for shelter as sirens sound. And that we're just kind of tracking. I can even show this to you. These are all the areas it looks like being impacted right now.
The background to this, of course, is that Israel says, and in fact, actually, the International Atomic Energy Agency said the same thing too, that Iran was really close to breaking out on its atomic energy ambitions. Israel struck first. They struck hard. They decapitated the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is massive. Now, Iran has been trying to hit back. They've in the last few hours now, they've attempted to send more missiles in towards Israel. They've caused some damage. They've also targeted, I'm told, a plant in Haifa that refines jet fuel for Israel. Now, if they've done that, then this means that they're trying to take this conflict to a whole new level. I think the push now on Israel is simply they want to create regime change in Iran. They want to get to the point now where the mullahs are forced to flee the country to Russia or someplace else, or surrender, because they see Iran now as an existential threat. And the other thing, too, here, it's fascinating, the diplomacy between Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and this whole conflict, because, of course, they kind of faked out the Iranians who thought, oh, Israel's not going to attack. Donald Trump doesn't want them to attack. Well, they did, and here we are.
It is going to be a fascinating situation, Caroline. Is this a project to essentially end Iran's nuclear ambitions, or is the goal really greater than that? Is this about regime change in Iran?
I think it's both. I mean, clearly it's about stopping the immediate threat of a nuclear attack because, as Benjamin Netanyahu has pointed out, Iran has enriched enough uranium for 9 atomic bombs, and it was just a couple of steps away, possibly months away, from being able to have nuclear weapons. That is a threat not just to Israel, which is obviously on the front line here, but the rest of the world.